Wherever in the world you may be listening from, whether you are living in your meeting room in Malé or you are joining online. It is great to welcome you to this fifth workshop under the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work program on the global goal on adaptation. This workshop is the first in 2023. By way of introduction, my name is Harry Verl from the Netherlands. I'm honored to have taken over the role of the chair from Tashi following COP27. It has been a busy few months getting up to speed with all the different agenda items. On behalf of my friend and colleague, Ambassador Nabil Mundir, the SBI chair, who also would like to join but were not able to join, I want to ensure you that the GGA work program continues towards an ambitious outcome in Dubai and is among our top priorities. That's also one of the reasons that I'm attending this workshop in person. I wish to extend my thanks to the government of Maldives for hosting the in-person element of the workshop. The agenda looks great for me. I hope it also looks great for you, because you are the people that have the experience. I assume a large number of you also attend previous workshops, but for me it's the first. So I hope the agenda that the secretariat prepared, and they also are experienced, will ease the discussion among you. I would like also to extend the welcome to all of the participants who are joining online. Let me assure everyone that there will be an equal participation, whether you are joining in person or online. And the secretariat and the moderators will do everything to ensure that this hybrid workshop runs smoothly. So please, online participants, if you feel at some moment you cannot participate enough, make that known to the secretariat and the moderators. We want to avoid that we get complaints afterward that people were not involved as much as possible. I'm sure the secretariat and moderators will do their best, but just in case, don't wait until the workshop is over. I'm also extending my gratitude to those jointly virtual for some very challenging zones, because we are all over the world and we have different time zones. This 3-day workshop is on the theme Changing Mindsets and Worldviews Towards Transformation in Adaptation, and both for the 4 workshops that took place during 22. I hope that we can maximize our time during this workshop for a good output. The concept note for this workshop was published last week, and a provisional agenda has also been online in recent days. I hope that you had an opportunity to read these documents and they already help you in your preparation for this workshop. Presentations as well as some background reading for sessions on days 2 and 3 will be made available online, I am sure, very soon, if not already. So I would encourage you to take the time now and then to read and digest the information that you are better prepared for the next days. Over the last number of weeks, parties and observers have submitted views on the workshop, And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all those who made submissions. These are vital in shaping the agenda and the key elements that will be discussed over the next 3 days. Can I remind all participants that when making future submissions, to keep within deadlines, as these deadlines are vital for the preparation of concept notes and agenda. The Secretariat and I always want to include as much as possible submissions, and we sometimes wait because parties indicate submission is on their way, but at some moment we have to close and prepare the note. So I really hope that in the future we get more submissions ahead of the date that even ease the work of the Secretariat, but at least by the date. On the note that was sent out, the agenda is packed with great speakers and presentations, but also provides many opportunities for open discussion, both in plenary setting, but also in more specific panel discussions and breakout rooms. This workshop is a key as we build towards the next workshop in Bonn in June and the remaining of the work program toward CMA 5 in Dubai. I am aware that the GGA is a key issue for many parties and everybody joining this workshop, but I can remind you that the purpose of the workshop is to increase understanding and to make progress. So I know the majority of you are negotiators and you want to negotiate, but use this opportunity. It is a workshop and a negotiation setting. Exchange views, see where you understand each other in the details and what they are planning for, and use that knowledge to make the steps forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I want now to hand over to my colleague, His Excellency Hadija Nassim, the Minister of State of Environment, Climate Change and Technology here in the Maldives. I look forward to following the discussion over the course next 3 days. For all in-person participants, I look forward to chatting with many of you, but I assume it will not be impossible. It will be impossible with all of you because to inform you, we have about 170 participants, of which 60 in person. So I try to meet as much of those 60, but please don't feel bad if I cannot be in contact with everybody in person. And now I would like to hand over the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues and friends, welcome to the Republic of Maldives. And to those joining virtually from different time zones, we wish you were here today with us. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to my home, which I hope will help us all inspire for the work ahead. And to those who were with us last year for the informal launching event of the GGA, we're very happy to welcome you back, and I see many familiar faces. Let me begin by thanking the Secretariat of the UNFCCC and the Maldives UN Country Office, especially the United Nations Development Programme, colleagues for making this event possible. Colleagues, the theme of this GGA workshop is changing mindsets. And I want to say a little bit about what that means for our country. We have often said that our goal is to remain in Maldives and to live well in Maldives, even as the world is being remade by climate change. This is why, for Maldivians, the GGA has linked global adaptation goals to well being. And all the people in the world face increased climate risks that impede well being. This includes threats to freshwater availability, food security, health, and biodiversity. These and others are the foundations of the well being. I know that many wish to tie adaptation to very local circumstances and also want to focus on how adaptation progress can be measured at the very local level. As someone who has worked on adaptation projects in different capacities, and often frustrated by the lack of available resources to do the essentials, I completely understand this impulse. But I also happen to agree with the framing of this workshop. We need to shift our mindset and we need to think bigger. Yes, there are many local considerations for adaptation, but there's also a global transboundary component, and that is what we are here to think about. So I return to well being. Linking adaptation to the preservation of well being is the mindset shift that we'd like to see. More specifically, we want to see a global goal that focuses on support, collective action, capabilities, and transformation. To be a little more specific, support means that countries, specifically vulnerable and small island developing states, need adequate resources, include finance and other means of implementation to address their adaptation needs. The resources should be coordinated, accessible, flexible, and long term, without creating excessive burdens to developing countries. Collective action means that countries should undertake collective adaptation actions that are commensurate with the current cascading climate risks and also anticipate future climate risks. Capabilities mean that countries should have the capabilities needed to address climate risks with greater capacity to plan, implement, and address emerging adaptation needs. This requires, amongst many other things, adequate finance and technology support. Transformative means that the global goal and adaptation should help build a just and better future, that it should be forward looking and include a vision of transformational adaptation. As the Vice President of Maldives reminded us at the COP27, climate change has already remade the world in ways that we couldn't imagine a few years ago. And it is our responsibility in why we have gathered here to ensure that the remade world is equitable, just, and allows us all to live well. So, once again, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you, all of you, to our country, and we hope you have a pleasant stay with us on the islands. And I'm really looking forward to the discussions at this workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister, for this nice and to the point words to all the participants. I would now like to formally introduce our moderators, Sheila Bala. I hope she's in. Okay, she's there because I was informed that she was flying in this morning from the US. So I hope you are good awake and ready to do the work. And Natasha Banda, I met her before. Yes, she's also here, who will take us through today's sessions. Thank you both, and as well to all of our speakers and contributors for the next days. This workshop really could take place without you. So thanks all. And before handing over to Sheila and Natasha, I would briefly move over to the UNF Secretariat, Mariam, for introducing the overview of the agenda.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone in the room, and a good day to our virtual participants. I would like to first thank the government of Maldives for hosting us here, and especially Her Excellency Khadija Nassim. I would also like to thank our SAPSA chair, as well as our SPI chair, Ambassador Nabil Munir, for their guidance for the preparations of the workshop and for the work program overall. To brief you on the agenda, today we will have a session on transformational adaptation. We hear from four speakers or set of speakers. Then this session will be moderated by Sheila. Then we will move to the second session on Indigenous people values, wisdom, and knowledge, moderated by Natasha. And we will close the day by an Indigenous ceremony, which I think we can all look forward to. We will have a recap of day one in the beginning of day two. We will hear some presentations from diverse set of speakers covering three cross-cutting issues. Then we will move to breakout groups with some interactive modalities before we hear a panel discussion from national representatives. On day three, we will focus on framework and the linkages with the GSD. There will be some breakout groups with some interactive modalities, and there will be there will be a space for open discussions as well. With that, I will not take up more of your time, and I would like to hand over to Sheila. Mhm.
Thank you, Miriam. And thank you, Harry, for those very inspirational opening remarks. And thank you to our esteemed Minister Khadija from the Maldives. Thank you so much for setting the stage for our time here. It's great to be back in the Maldives. I was part of the group that was lucky enough to be here for the informal launch of the series of GGA workshops last year. And it's wonderful to see the capital here, Malé, to experience a Maldivian proper experience. So very much looking forward to the days ahead. So as was mentioned, my name is Shella, and along with my colleague Natasha, we will moderate the first day of this 5th workshop of the Global Goal on Adaptation work program. The theme is changing mindsets and worldviews towards transformation and adaptation with the inclusion of Indigenous peoples' wisdom, values, and knowledge, and consideration of cross-cutting issues that had been included in paragraph 20 G and E of Decision 3 CMA 4. I'm sure you guys all have that decision printed out and handy for our discussions here. We want to extend our appreciation to the government of the Maldives for their organization and setup of this meeting, and to UNDP Maldives colleagues for their support to get us here, and to our Secretariat colleagues for their organization of this 5th workshop. We know it was a feat, and we're very pleased to be here. Before we get started, I'm going to run through a few more bits of housekeeping. As has already been emphasized by our substitute chair, this is a hybrid workshop, and we are welcoming both in-person and virtual participants. During the session over the coming days, we will accommodate speakers from both in-person and virtual participants. Therefore, to the extent possible, we will take 3 participants from the floor, followed by 3 virtual participants, and then swap accordingly, depending on hands raised either in the room or online. For in-person participants, please raise your hand. We don't have flags in front of us, so just go ahead and raise your hand and we'll do our best to acknowledge participants by their table numbers. I think eventually we will have table numbers, which will make it a little bit easier for us to identify speakers according to which tables they've raised from. But we'll do our best. So if you are missed your turn, we do apologize in advance. We'll try our best to get everyone accordingly. For virtual participants, this is a reminder to please do not raise your hand virtually. Put your name and affiliation in the chat, and we will turn to the organizations and individuals according to the order in the chat. The presentations and other relevant material will be made available online. I think some of that material has already been made available on the GGA work program website, and along with the agenda for this meeting, there are links to the presentations, and there will be further in the days ahead. And for days 2 and 3, the links and information about the breakout groups will be shared shortly before we gather again. So this first session begins with a focus on the ways we can define transformational adaptation and considers the varying adaptation contexts parties face. To put this discussion in context, we will hear from different speakers, including the IPCC, the CBD, the Climate Investment Fund, and the United Nations Foundation. Immediately following those presentations, we will open the floor for some very targeted questions related to the presentations. This will then be followed by an open discussion in a fireside chat format. So to make that a little bit clearer, the Q&A right after the presentations is meant to ask specific questions or clarify points that were raised, while when we move into the fireside discussion, we're really wanting to have reflections on the content, to immerse ourselves in the ideas that were presented, and we'll have an opening among the moderators to warm us up a little bit for that. Following this part of the discussion at 15:15 or so, we will have our coffee break for about 45 minutes to allow our virtual colleagues to have their break from the screen, and for our in-person colleagues to take some time to greet each other and to refresh. After that, we will move directly into our interactive discussion on Indigenous peoples' leadership in transformational adaptation, where we will hear from a different perspective. And we'll have more on that later from my colleague Natasha. So without further delay, I would like to invite our colleagues from the IPCC to begin our workshop officially with our first presentation. So I believe we have our colleagues online, and I will turn it over to you. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning from over here. Thank you so much for inviting us. My name is Lisa Schipper, and I'm just kicking off this presentation that is a collective presentation from a series of Working Group 2 authors. So today we're going to also hear from Johanna Nalau and from Debbie Lay, and we also have Mike Moorcroft around. The others, some of them have been involved in the synthesis report negotiations, and we're not able to be here today. Next slide, please. Thank you. So hopefully by now you have all seen this figure, which is a representation of climate resilient development pathways. And the key thing that I want to bring forward here is that, of course, when we talk about adaptation now, it's not possible to do it without thinking also about mitigation. And climate resilient development is about adaptation and mitigation to support sustainable development. And it works through a series of different dimensions, all of which I think are central to your discussions about ecosystem stewardship, knowledge diversity, equity and justice, and inclusion. So that's the key thing to keep in mind, that without sufficient greenhouse gas emission reductions, adaptation won't be possible in some places any longer. We're going to hit both soft and hard limits quite quickly. Next slide, please. So this is, to some extent, why transformational adaptation plays such an important role. And the Working Group 2 report for the Sixth Assessment Report has a particular focus on transformational adaptation, which it views as laying a continuum from incremental and transformational with no sharp division between them. So you already have heard probably this discussion, incremental transformation, what's the difference? But transformational adaptation is defined as actions aiming at adapting to climate change resulting in significant changes in structure or function that go beyond adjusting existing practices. They can be adopted at a large scale and can lead to new strategies in a region or resource systems, transform places, and potentially shift locations. Transformational adaptation entails deep and long-term societal changes that influence sustainable development, and that includes things like values and worldviews, of course. Next slide, please. Thank you. But just to kind of contextualize transformational adaptation somewhat, it's important to then also think about these other concepts that are related and that appear throughout the Working Group 2 report and throughout the IPCC AR6. Incremental adaptation, as I said, the latest literature essentially views incremental and transformational change as linked processes. When incremental adaptation is insufficient to avoid intolerable risks, transformational adaptation may be able to extend this potential to sustain human and natural systems. And incremental adaptation is defined as adaptation that maintains the essence and integrity of a system or process at a given scale. And in some cases, incremental adaptation can actually accrue to result in transformational adaptation. But we also see differences. So, for example, here are the photos. When you build a seawall to protect a coastal community from flooding, that can exemplify incremental adaptation. It's an adjustment to an existing settlement. Changing land use regulations in that community and establishing a program of managed retreat might exemplify transformational adaptation. That's what's supposed to be shown in the second photo. The other word that keeps appearing is the word transitions, and the transitions is the process of changing from one state or condition to another in a given period of time. And this can occur in individuals, firms, cities, regions, nations, and can be based on incremental or transformative change. And in the sixth assessment report, we describe transition in 5 key systems: land and ecosystems, urban and infrastructure, industrial and societal. Next slide, please. So what's interesting is, of course, that when we look at transformational adaptation, you can break it down and we can look at different dimensions. Often represented in literature is the depth, the scope, the speed, and the limits. And that's how we can look at the transformational potential of a certain adaptation. And these obviously can go from low potential to higher potential. And transformation that achieve all 4 categories at the same time are unlikely to succeed, as there's probably trade-offs between these categories. So realistic goal setting and choosing transformational pathways carefully is important. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, when we look at the literature, we actually don't have a huge amount of transformational adaptation documented. And what we see is that there's quite limited across sectors and regions. We have some examples from cities in North America and small islands, Central and South America, but very little in Asia, Australasia, and Africa. Next slide, please. So essentially, a transformative adaptation, we can see that it ranges from, of course, these less transformative to more transformative. And what's key really is that the equity and consideration of marginalized communities remain central for transformative adaptation. So this is things like gender, indigenous knowledge, indigenous people, and local communities. These seem to be key processes or key dimensions in ensuring a transformative adaptation over time. Okay, I'm going to pass over, and the next slide, please, and hand over to Johanna.
Thanks, Lisa. I'm having some issues with my screen in the end because it wouldn't be a virtual participation otherwise. But I do have the PowerPoint, so I'll just read from here. So if you can put the next slide, please, David. So I can actually see the slides that you're showing. So basically, we looked at already in the 1.5 report, adaptation in a warming world, and looking at incremental adaptation. So that would be improving infrastructure, for instance, to deal with drought. But what this figure really shows is that there are different scales for transformation, and so we go from the local to subnational, to regional and global as well. And the transformation adaptation component really is, so if we think about, for instance, coastal hazards, so we're building a seawall, so that would often count as incremental adaptation. But for instance, for cities to actually replan how they deal with water overall, so that would be considered a more transformative, adaptive approach. Next slide, please. So as Lisa already mentioned, so there's, for instance, indigenous knowledge that can be a really big part in terms of enabling profound change, and that can be livelihood change based on indigenous practices or diversification, for instance, agricultural strategies or water conservation, or relocation of communities. But it's really what when we talk about transformation adaptation, it's about that scale. So it's, for instance, reshaping cities for increased disaster resilience, or significant changes in policy that really reduce vulnerability and decrease inequality as well. So that also includes shifts in power structures, for instance. And it is really a shift in how we think about adaptation, for instance, in agriculture, whether we do these incremental strategies or whether we can really consider, for instance, regenerative ways of living. Next slide, please. So this figure looks at the different decision-making processes and decision space. And although this could be seen as a decision tree, for instance, for one person, but there's multiple actors and involved across all these decisions. So incremental adaptation is asking, is the residual risk tolerable? And if it's not, can we do deliberate transformation adaptations or planned adaptation? I'm apparently out of sync with my slides. I'm really sorry, I can't see the slides since I've logged in via a different system. David?
Yeah, Hannah, you're on the one with the picture of the Earth about biodiversity and ecosystem
Oh,
services.
okay, so David's... Okay, yeah, I can only see David's face in my screen, so sorry about that. Okay, we'll move on to that then. So when we think about transformation adaptation, it's really about this kind of a bigger scale. So it's conserving biodiversity at the global scale. So this is from the sixth assessment report. So maintaining, for instance, the resilience of biodiversity and ecosystem services at global scale, and how much of the Earth can we conserve, including current linear natural ecosystems. Next slide, please. So salt marsh creation at Stewart UK. So this is one of the examples of more transformative adaptation. So the rising sea levels in the UK threatened old sea defences, and they actually made a decision to recreate or take back this agricultural land and make it into salt marsh instead. That's really providing coastal flood protection, buffering new embankments against high tides and storm surges. So what really then makes this transformational? So one is that the people involved actually had to have a mindset change and see the value of these nature-based approaches instead of agricultural land. It's by the local community, so the farmers obviously had to accept that. So it's a big shift also in the way that we think about adaptation, the scale also that how we think about adaptation. And it's providing multiple benefits. So also re-evaluating some of the benefits that these kinds of adaptation strategy can deliver. Next slide, please. So another example that we've looked at is New York. So in the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy, what exactly has been done, and some of the quite large-scale investments already that have been going in. It's about reshaping New York for climate resilience. So recreating natural ecosystems, wave-calming oyster beds, and natural living breakwaters, and really looking holistically how these different strategies can produce benefits for humans, but for environments as well. And lots of collaborations, experiments, and innovation. And there has been really a change in mindset in terms of what we can do and how we can adapt. And one of the key questions with New York has been, well, how much should we fight water, and how much should we actually welcome it and learn to live it? So, and also considering the needs of the people living in these areas. Next slide, please. So the question then is, with all these investments, are we making progress in becoming more resilient to extreme events in this case? And a lot of the research currently is showing there's lots of progress, and lots of investments, but at the moment there hasn't been adequate monitoring evaluation mechanisms for all those efforts. And in terms of the different communities, there's been quite different adaptation response. So there has been very, very focused, kind of holistic, integrated approach, how we protect the lower Manhattan and the economic activities, but also the infrastructure and communities living there. But the other communities are kind of the fringes. They have been waiting for a lot longer time in terms of having decisions, but also getting that investment. And at the moment, it's very unequal in terms of how the adaptation investments and strategy have been implemented. And I think that comes back to the point Lisa was making in the earlier in the presentation, in terms of considering marginalized communities and making sure that equity and gender are also included in transformational adaptation. With that, I will hand over to my colleague Debbie Lay.
Thank you very much, Johanna. Next slide, please. So just as another example, I wanted to talk a bit about transformations within energy systems, especially the role of energy access. And just like the previous example, there's a higher focus on Indigenous peoples, with some specific examples of how you link Indigenous knowledge into explaining how renewable energy and standalone systems work. Keeping in mind that most vulnerable populations also suffer from systemic vulnerabilities, which include the lack of basic services and infrastructure, and how these are important in the reduction of vulnerability. So part of the way to transformation in the energy access is not viewing grid connection as an end goal anymore, but just more as a standalone. And in considering inequality and reduction of poverty, how does not just access, but also energy poverty, productive uses, and energy servicing companies fit in overall, especially when they are run by women and indigenous peoples. And also that there are components of incorporation of watershed management, water use, and payment for environmental services. So taking a more systemic approach. And of course, this is still nascent, not done very, just like Lisa mentioned earlier on, not that many case studies yet. Next slide, please. But something that we can see from the different case studies is that coordinated action is guided by system transitions thinking. This is coming from IPCC Special Report on Global Warming at 1.5 degrees C. And we had back in SR 1.5, the land, ocean, coastal, and freshwater ecosystems, urban, rural, and infrastructure, energy, and industry. And industry is more for emissions reductions than for adaptation. And then AR6 societal systems, the societal system transition was brought in. And one of the key things of system transitions is that we break away from sectors, but it also lets us bring together adaptation and mitigation, keeping in mind that these two really can't be separated, as mitigation actions are also dependent upon global warming levels. Next slide, please. And of course, we can't forget the Sustainable Development Goals. And in this figure here from AR6 Working Group 2, we can see how what the nexus is between the different adaptation options and each of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So if we can see in the first 4 columns under land, oceans, and ecosystems, the link with the majority of the SDGs, but when we bring in other adaptation options, good health, clean water, and sustainable cities and communities appear cross-cutting in most of the options. And next slide, please. And as mentioned previously, one key aspect of climate resilient development are how societal choices are made. And not only that society is included, but also the quality of these interactions in the different arenas are what makes a difference. So indicators can include the quality of the interactions of who is present and where, and the mechanisms by which choices are made in each one of the different arenas, especially including the most vulnerable and marginalized, and how diverse values and knowledge are included. Next slide, please. So when we talk about setting a global goal for adaptation, we also need to talk about how we could track transformational adaptation and compare strategies. So here is a burning embers that IPCC has been using since AR3, and in the sixth assessment, in this figure, we can see the example for global health outcomes under 3 different adaptation scenarios. So these different strategies can also be used by countries, and it can enable countries to self-assess and to project to the future. And also look at what are the different, temperature, how these goals change with the different temperatures. Next slide, please. So just in closing and to bring it all together, climate resilient development is a part of the global goal of adaptation. It can't be done alone without mitigation or without sustainable development. The opportunities for climate resilient development are not equitably distributed around the world, and embedding effective and equitable adaptation and mitigation in development planning can reduce vulnerability, conserve and restore ecosystems, and enable climate resilient development. So when implementing adaptation and mitigation together and taking trade-offs into account, multiple benefits and synergies for human well-being as well as ecosystems and planetary health can be realized. Next slide, please. And this is our presentation, and we are happy to answer to any questions or comments you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Lisa, Johanna, and Debbie. Your presentation, as always, was very insightful and very grounding for us.
Excuse me, we're not hearing any audio.
Give me a second. Hold on. My mic is on. I know folks in the room can hear me. Let me check the... It seems others can hear. Okay, I'm going to continue. Sorry, Deborah. So again, thank you for the presentation. I personally, as a visual learner, find it very useful to have the information provided by the IPCC, especially the charts and the graphs and things that make some of these challenging concepts digestible in a different form. And we're going to hear different perspectives on transformational adaptation. So having us start with the science-based background is a very useful start. From here, I'm going to turn it over to our colleagues from the Convention on Biological Diversity. I have Tristan Tyrell. Please, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. My name is Tristan Tyrell. I'm the Programme Officer for Biodiversity and Climate Change at the CBD Secretariat. And I'll give a little bit of background on the experiences of the Convention on target setting and implementation, and what we have tried to learn, at least in terms of taking transformative action to try and deal with certainly biodiversity loss and the role of various stakeholders within that. Next slide, please. So the bad news first off, we know that things are going in the wrong way. We're seeing it from a climate change perspective, but also certainly from a biodiversity perspective. We're seeing drastic losses of species and ecosystem state. Excuse me. And the concerns, of course, is that as these trends continue, that they will have severe implications for humans overall, for economic and social well-being. Leading to a point where we cannot recover from it and will have drastic implications for absolutely everyone. But of course, that is not necessarily equitable. Some people are being impacted far sooner. Next slide, please. And in order to demonstrate that, a couple of years back, the 5th edition of the Global Biodiversity Outlook tried to map the Aichi biodiversity targets against the SDGs. This is one such analysis that tried to do this. There are others that have shown even stronger links. This is slightly more conservative, but it just goes to show that there is a two-way street, I suppose, between biodiversity and sustainable development. That both sustainable development can support the conservation of biodiversity, but likewise, biodiversity underpins sustainable development. Next slide, please. And so over the course of the past, whatever it is now, a couple of decades, we have tried to set global targets on biodiversity with a view to trying to address this loss. And the first one was the 2010 biodiversity target, which was a singular target. It was significantly reducing the rate of biodiversity loss at various scales. And this was set in about 2000. It was a singular target, and then there was an expectation to try and figure out how that would be achieved and how it would be tracked. And so indicators were developed later based around existing data sets by and large. And these are the results on the right-hand side of this slide. It shows that despite the responses, which were things like protected areas and protected area designation and certain policy responses being positive, the actual trends for biodiversity itself still remained in the wrong direction, and in some cases had actually become increasingly worse. Next slide, please. So the next attempt was in 2010 in Nagoya, where the Aichi biodiversity targets were set as part of the Strategic Plan for Biodiversity 2011 to 2020. And this tried to be a little bit more comprehensive. It set out a long-term vision for 2050 of essentially living in harmony with nature, and a series of 20 targets based around the DIPSIR framework, Driver's Pressure State Impact Response, in which they tried to look at, well, what are the direct and indirect drivers of biodiversity loss? What does that mean for biodiversity itself? What are the impacts of that for us as humans? And then how do we react to that? Next slide, please. And in 2020, the 5th Global Biodiversity Outlook then reported back on our progress on these. And the greens are the only ones that were successful. These are components within those particular targets. So the overall message is that we failed to meet any of the biodiversity, the actual Aichi biodiversity targets. Some were better than others, but they are largely response. Again, it's the designation of protected areas and policy responses. But in terms of actual positive impacts for species and habitats, again, we failed. The purple colors on the screen are where things were not only just we failed to achieve those targets, but actually things became considerably worse during that time period. Next slide, please. Now, one thing within the CBD is a recognition of the role of Indigenous peoples and local communities, and in particular their traditional knowledge, cultures and practices. And this has been a fairly long-standing approach to trying to address biodiversity concerns certainly at the global level. And there is quite good representation by them within our discussions and negotiations. And that has largely been driven by the fact that their territories over which they have customary rights, if not legally recognized rights, cover huge amounts of our natural, or what remain of our natural areas. This graph attempts to show, the relative proportion of indigenous land or indigenous territories relative to natural, and then how that overlaps with what are currently recognized as protected areas. These might be sort of formally recognized protected areas based around the IUCN classification system, but that does not necessarily mean that they have the sufficient legal recognition and adequate tenure rights within national legislation. Next slide, please. But essentially, this is their argument that you have to protect things from the roots in order for the tree to essentially grow and be healthy. And by taking a top-down governance approach, by seeing nature as an economic component, but not necessarily recognizing its value to us in numerous different forms, then ultimately what you're doing is you're allowing this undermining of our natural heritage. Whereas now this is from theirs. This is from the Local Biodiversity Outlooks, the second volume of it. This was published in parallel with the 5th edition of the Global Biodiversity Outlook. They're saying that by recognizing centrally their rights, recognizing their cultures, their practices, their knowledge, but equally their territorial rights, that you can allow for a much healthier planet, a much healthier people for all, not just for Indigenous peoples, local communities. And in a sense, this is also what is being reflected more broadly within conservation, recognizing that things cannot be top down. There needs to be a whole of society approach. Everyone has a role in this, has a positive, but also recognizing that everyone has a potentially negative role, and those need to be addressed in order for everyone to benefit. And then recognizing that nature provides so much for our own well-being, including for climate change adaptation. Next slide, please. And so ultimately what came out of the strategic plan for biodiversity 2011 to 2020 and the Aichi biodiversity targets is that we need to do more to bend this curve. And similar to the IPCC and various other climate-related assessments, looking at various scenarios on how we do that. And in a sense, what we're coming to the conclusion more explicitly is this need for more transformational change. Next slide, please. So some lessons from the strategic plan, and sorry for this very wordy slide, that we need to address both the direct, and I'll come to those in a second, but also the indirect drivers of biodiversity loss. There needs to be better interaction between all stakeholders, and need to recognize Indigenous peoples, local communities certainly, but also gender, also youth. Clear and simple language, recognizing that there's a whole of government approach is needed, and we need to increase ambition as well as having more sustained capacity support in its various forms. Next slide, please. So the Global Biodiversity Framework, the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, ultimately boiled down to needing to take three overarching boxes. So the goals and targets, certainly, and I'll get to those in a second, but they need to be very much linked with resources and capacity building right from the very start, and accountability and transparency. So recognizing who needs to be involved, how they will be involved, and making sure that the means of implementation are available to them as well. Next slide, please. And this is the theory of change that underpins the negotiations. So the indirect drivers of change are demographic and sociocultural, economic and technological institutions and governance, and conflicts and epidemics. And this came from the IPBES global assessment. The direct drivers have been recognized for a long time. Land and sea use change, direct exploitation or overconsumption, climate change, pollution, and invasive alien species. But one of the big things, and within the red box, is recognizing how the reducing the threats is equal to meeting people's needs. And we need to recognize that while biodiversity is certainly, it's a nice to have, there is a very much an intrinsic value to its existence. Ultimately, we need to recognize that we're ultimately dependent on it, and need to balance that out with just reducing the threats for biodiversity's sake, and then with the goals leading to the outcomes, and then aiming to achieve the 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature. Next slide, please. so in our COP in December, the GBF, which was certainly the headline decision that was taken, was part of a package. So there was the GBF itself with its goals and targets, etc., but also linked to the framework, the monitoring framework. There was a decision, although a technical expert group is to be formed to finalize the list of indicators, but also issues relating to monitoring and reporting, resource mobilization, and the finance needs, capacity building and development, and then digital sequence information on genetic resources. The last one, DSI, this is a long-standing, ongoing negotiation looking to recognize placing a sufficient value on genetic materials that have been conserved over a long period of time, for millennia in some cases, by communities, indigenous or otherwise, in various parts of the world, but have ultimately been taken up largely by the private sector for commercialization, and recognizing that there needs to be some payback for that, some compensation linked to that. And I think I would say that this the final passing of a decision relating to this, I think, goes to show the increasing recognition of the importance of traditional knowledge and practices within the conservation movement overall, and recognizing that there is a whole of society need within this. Next slide, please. So the GBF 4 goals and 23 targets, and I'll touch on those a little bit more. I think the main thing, really, there's certainly the goals and targets are headline, but one of the big things is that there is stronger recognition of the needs for what is needed for implementation and the support mechanism, the enabling conditions, recognizing that there is a role for or there is a need for greater involvement of the various stakeholder groups, recognizing the issues around financing and having more definite commitments therein, but also looking at it from trying to get across sectors, and that's something that has certainly been struggling within the biodiversity community. Is this need to take it just out of whatever the biodiversity agency or the biodiversity sector, but actually needing to work with other sectors more directly. Next slide, please. So the vision and goals, the vision remains the same. The goals largely reflect the three central pillars of the CBD, which is conservation of ecosystems and species and genetic diversity, the sustainable use of biodiversity and nature's contributions to people, which is, for those who are not familiar, is a term that has come from IPBES, excuse me, ecosystem services was kind of the term before. And then the access and benefit sharing from the use of genetic resources is the third big pillar. The final goal is about this means of implementation, which has formed a central part of the GBF. Next slide, please. And finally, the targets then. So in three main blocks, certainly reducing the threats to biodiversity, and those are obviously central. The second column is about meeting people's needs. Climate change factors in as a threat to biodiversity, which it certainly is, but also it would come in under target 11 on nature's contributions to people, and that's, I think, largely where the adaptation perspective fits in. And then the third column is tools and solutions for implementation of mainstreaming. So this about linking with other sectors, sustainable consumption, resource mobilization, and financial aspects, as well as participation, data knowledge, and then gender equality, which is a new specific target. And the main point that I'm trying to get to with all of this is that it's about balancing up the more process-orientated targets with the impact targets. And as was seen from those graphs earlier, just having targets that are focusing on the policy side, the process side, can give a false impression of the ultimate impact that these processes are having. And as we've seen in terms of biodiversity, the trends are still very much going in the wrong direction. And next slide, please. So just a little bit more briefly on targets 8 and 11. 8, as I mentioned, is about minimizing the impact of climate change as a driver for biodiversity loss, but also increasing resilience through mitigation, adaptation, and disaster risk reduction. It's as much about ecological resilience as social, whereas in 11 it is very explicitly about nature's ability to help us deal with climate change, including protection from natural hazards and disasters. Next slide, please. I've touched on many of this already, but there's a series of points within the GBF on implementation, which are more explicit about, as I've mentioned, Indigenous peoples and local communities, and recognise their contribution and especially their rights, recognising the different value systems or worldviews, as is also used, whole of government and whole of society approaches. There's a human rights-based approach, which is new this time around, and in a sense comes on the heels of the resolution to recognise human right to a healthy environment. It needs to be consistent with other international instruments, including the Paris Agreement, and working with the likes of the UNFCCC and the GGA on how we can help bring some of these overarching goals and ambitions together. The ecosystem approach is something that is central to the CBD. It's about looking at things from a wider lens, not just focusing on necessarily on the specific local scale, but larger. And then education and finance systems. One point to raise there, the word transformational largely is only referenced when it comes to education. And I think this slightly links back to the presentation earlier from the IPCC about that case study from the UK about working with local people and making them understand the importance of some of this, and certainly education and outreach and awareness raising is central to that. And then finally, biodiversity and health, and obviously in light of the pandemic, there is a stronger focus on that. And next slide, please. So to wrap up, one of the central approaches that the CBD Secretariat, the CBD overall has pushed in terms of the biodiversity and climate links is ecosystem-based adaptation, which is recognizing the role of nature in helping us to adapt to the impacts of climate change. There have been a number of reviews and guidelines that have come out. I believe this presentation is available on the website, so that cbd.int/ts link is obviously in there. And the number 93, next slide please, is voluntary guidelines on the design and effective implementation of EBA, as well as disaster risk reduction, ECO-DRR. We feel will be very relevant to the work of the GGA. I would also like to highlight, excuse me again, is the Friends of Ecosystem-Based Adaptation, FEBA, which is a relatively large group of organizations that are also working on looking at this issue of ecosystem-based adaptation and trying to provide expert guidance and technical ability to, in particular, on the implementation and upscaling of its use. Next slide, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tristan. That was really fantastic presentation, and thank you for helping us to break down the barriers between the UNFCCC and the Convention on Biological Diversity. I think for many of us, this was really the first time we've had an in-depth look at the long-term process that the CBD has gone through to arrive at the global biodiversity framework that was achieved last December. So that was really fantastic. I hope that you can stay on the line for when we get to our Q&A and fireside chat, and I would offer that invitation to all our presenters, including the IPCC colleagues who went first. And for our presenters to follow, I just want to have a very friendly reminder to try to stick to time so that we do have a good amount of time for Q&A and discussion afterwards. With that, I'll turn it over to our colleague from the Climate Investment Fund, Xianfu Lu. I turn it over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Greetings from the Climate Investment Funds. And it's great to see some of you in the room, old friends, and also present Lisa and Johanna. Sorry for not being able to join you there in person, but thank you very much to the Secretariat to invite us to share some of our relevant work on the topic of transformational adaptation. So just supplementing what the colleagues from the IPCC presented from the scientific perspective, and also colleagues from the CBD Secretariat on the target and the vision focused approach to a transformational adaptation. So I'm going to briefly talk through a framework that we have developed over the years at the CIF, and to just share some examples of how we actually go about trying to achieve transformational change. So let's go to the next slide. I'm normally not a fan of commercials, but to help maybe understand what I'm about to share today, I thought I'd give a few words on the CIF itself. So as you can see, this is quite a large climate fund. It's actually outside the convention process, and it's delivered quite a considerable amount of finance, as you can see from the slide. But what I want to highlight here is probably the left-hand side of the slide, the unique selling point of the CIF, so to speak. So it's contrary to the project, largely project-based approach to financial support for adaptation, climate change in general. The CIF is actually taken a programmatic approach, and it really puts countries in the driver's seat, and they express interest to the CIF. They want to be part of the program, and then they were given some support to work out a country-level investment plan within the much wider context of national development. So within that broad national development context, the countries organize their in-country very comprehensive stakeholder consultation to come up with the investment plan. And when the plan is in place, then we discuss the project, the pipeline. So it all happens within the country, and ministers and non-government organizations, local authorities are all part of the planning process. So that's really a deviation from the other climate funds, the way we operate. And also we work, the implementing agencies are exclusively the 6 larger very large multilateral development banks. So that's also a very good opportunity to work with this set of MDBs to leverage on the financing, and more importantly also the expertise to work with countries to deliver. thirdly, it's very ambitious funds in addition to provide financing support to countries, and it's also meant to be learning laboratory, because this is a different approach to climate financing. So we want to learn as much as possible as we go along, and as a result of that, there's a very substantial part of the resources also devoted to documenting and capturing the lessons learned in implementing and delivering the investments. So this is just a broad overview of how the SAFE operates. And the next one, please. So what about adaptation? So as we can see here, it's also a quite sizable investment. These are the numbers actually slightly out of date. This was at the end of 2021. So we invested together just over $1 billion by now, and it's a very large number of projects, or part of the investment plan of the partner countries. And so far, there have been about 30 or so projects already completed, and the vast majority are still ongoing. And it covers all the main sectors and at very different levels. Some are very local, and others are more high level. And in each country, investment also covers the policy and more infrastructure. It's a very comprehensive package of support on resilience. Next one. So what I'm going to do is to I'm not going to repeat this because Lisa did a great job in introducing some of the definitions. And what I think we can agree here is there is no single universally accepted definition for transformational adaptation. And what's important is to recognize what we're talking here is not business as usual. And we all know from the increasingly severe impacts of climate change from all corners of the world, really. Business as usual is no longer an option. We need to do something. We need to switch gear and moving from incremental to transformational action. So what we are trying to emphasize here is it has to be systemic. The changes need to be systemic and not just the economical dimension. We need to think about the social, ecological, and the cultural shifts. And the theme of this workshop, I think is very, very timely to talk about changes in mindset and worldviews. And we need to look at adaptation as risk management, and also to talk about, some of the opportunities emerging from this. So now I'm going to talk about David. Next slide, please. So this is the overall framework of the SAFE transformational change, and we can define. I think there are different ways of, as I said, defining what is transformational change. So here we have 5 dimensions. So going from the top, we want to make sure the action needs to be relevant to the context, and then we also talk about the systemic change and the change of speed, the change at scale. And also importantly, they need to be sustainable, not going to backslide due to some changes. So let's go to the next one. So I'm going to go briefly through these 5 different dimensions. So the first one is really yes. So the relevance dimension is really to make sure the whatever intervention we are implementing, they need to be relevant to the context, to the targeted beneficiaries, and to the context, the capacity and all the underlying the settings we are trying to work with. And the keywords here is really the context and the goals, what we want to achieve here needs to be relevant. And the action needs to be aligned with those contexts and the broader goals. And so for the pilot program for climate resilience is the adaptation pillar of the funds. And we have done quite well. So we did a evaluation of the SAFE programs in terms of delivering transformational impacts a couple of years ago. And the conclusion from that evaluation is that the SAFE adaptation resilience program actually did very well in this dimension because of the way the program is structured, because of the broad engagement it has within countries. So that's sort of full mark on this front of the SAFE resilience program. The next one. So systemic change. So this is again talk about the major shift we need to move towards transformation, and ticking around the edges no longer sufficient. So we need to think about the major levers within the system, and identify fundamental barriers to to change, and the pathways to achieve those changes, and what is the power structure within the system, and how to make it more conducive. So in this dimension, the SAFE adaptation resilience program also has a quite notable made notable progress, and because again the way the program has been structured, and it's been because there were very high level political support for this approach. And for example, in Tajikistan, the deputy prime minister was personally in charge of coordinating the program, and also very to the other end, there's also very wide support from local communities, like in Niger, and there were almost 90% of the sort of communal administrative units were part of the program. So this is very important in terms of really induce the systemic change. The next one. David, yes, scale. So the scale is, sorry, so we need to really implement and bring about changes at a large scale. And so when we talk about scale, it's about vertical, from the top, from different levels of administration to horizontally in terms of different sectors, different systems, and the depths. We need to make sure it's all part of the fundamental system, how we operate in a sort of operational level, so it doesn't, it's not superficial, it can endure. And again, in this dimension, the SAFE adaptation program especially performed quite well because the way the investments have been structured, we worked with not only public sector, also private sector in quite a number of countries to around the agriculture supply chain particularly. So we were able to get the financial intermediaries within countries, the national banks, for example, working with the private sector, the suppliers of seeds and the irrigation equipment companies. So they were able to work together to work out the supply chain within the country and the regions, so that once the project may be finished, but the market is created, and those actors are still very actively engaged and operating in those markets. So they were able to grow the business and getting more players into the sort of local ecosystem within the market. And so the scale front is also an area that SAFE made a lot of inroads. Next one. So similarly, the speed is also an issue. We need to to accelerate progress in order to meet the urgency of the challenge we're facing with climate change impacts. Okay, so let's move a little bit. Sorry, let's go to the next one, David. Yes, the sustainability dimension, again, as I said, sometimes we may be able to see some progress following a project or investment, but they can easily be reversed. So how do we make sure they don't backslide into where it was? And then that also entails a lot of consideration around the capacity building. How do we actually, address the fundamental issues of, of lack of capacity and reliant on sort of outside experts? We don't have enough in-country expertise, and also the flexibility of the system. Trying to be able to course correct and if needed. So this, again, the SAFE put a lot of thinking and energy into achieving the sort of adaptive sustainability of the results being delivered. And each of the SAFE programs, in each country will have a very significant component of capacity building, and that includes also the very grassroots level organizations and pairing them up with technical experts working in the civil society organizations and sometimes supplemented with international experts, and more critically working with national level, the ministry technical teams to train them on not necessarily training, but to really get together to talk about how to introduce this national level policy frameworks and the standards, so that resilience integrated into very high level policy decisions and some of the instruments being put together. So it stays, it doesn't really change due to change of personnel. So these are some of the ways that the SAFE actually think about how to achieve these different dimensions of transformation, and made some progress in most of these 5 dimensions. So next one. Again, so that's the framework, and how do we actually deliver, as I already mentioned, in each of these key stages of investment cycle here. There are particular questions to bear in mind as we go about doing the program design, the program country selection. A lot of countries are very keen to be part of the process, but we don't have unlimited resources, so there was some selection process. And then once countries are determined, we need to work with groups in country to develop investment plan. And so each of these key stages, there are certain things we could do to make sure we get more out of the investment and create more transformation. And for example, let's go to the next slide. So, for example, when we start to develop national adaptation, national investment plans or adaptation plans, we can address a set of guiding questions together with stakeholders within each country, and to really ask the question of what what we need to do, what are the things, the changes needed to deliver on each of those dimensions of transformational change, and how do we get there? So these are sort of questions we can use, for example, within the consultation workshop setting, and that's how it's going to be used. And the new programs have been launched in the past year or so. So these are the very practical ways we're trying to integrate this framework into the operations of financing. So I'm going to wrap up the next slide to really just to say, adaptation is a very context-specific process, and the SIF framework is really a tool for us to facilitate the integration of the systemic change required to achieve resilience at scale and at speed. And so we also heard from previous speakers, in practice, adaptation, transformation adaptation is likely to be very messy, and it requires a combination of actions. Some of the actions may be incremental on their own. This I already mentioned, but if they combined together collectively, they can engender some of the shifts we are looking for. And then we can actually learn a lot, gain a lot from documenting and sharing ongoing experience and efforts. And the workshops like this is a great opportunity to actually bring all our experience together and to learn from each other. And within the SIF, we also have this transformational change and learning partnership, where we have discussions with a very large number of organizations and practitioners, and meet regularly to discuss various topics around the transformational change, including matrix and concepts and the indicators and so on. So I hope we will have the opportunity to work with some of you at least, and to really advance this agenda. Thank you very much, and very happy to answer questions. And my colleague Laurie Rolfe is also online, so I will be happy to respond to any questions you might have. Thank you very much, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Yanfu. That was very interesting to hear about the SIF transformational framework. I think there's a lot we can learn from the approach that the climate investment funds have taken. Yes, please do stay on until the end of our last presentation. I imagine there will be questions. So thank you for that offer. So now turning to our last presentation from the United Nations Foundation, Cristina Rombaitis del Rio. I will turn it over to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Very much appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today. I wish I were there in person, but I don't think you want me to share my cold with you, so apologies for not being there in person. For those of you not familiar with the United Nations Foundation, it is a foundation established 25 years ago, based in the US, to support the work of the UN, especially on climate change, but global health and other issues as well. I'm going to be presenting, next slide, if you don't mind. I'm going to be presenting really briefly a framework for transformational adaptation that we developed out of experiences from the Action on Climate Today program, which is a program that was in operation from 2014 to 2019, focused on mainstreaming adaptation and resilience into national and subnational policies, programs, and budgets in 5 countries in Asia, India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Nepal, and Bangladesh. And as we were coming to the end of that program, which I had the distinct pleasure of leading until its planned end, we were reflecting on, as part of our monitoring and evaluation, what might be transformational about this program. Out of all of the interventions, this was a 23 million pound program. What might be transformational out of what we've done, and started to develop a set of characteristics that we would use to judge our work. And there's quite a bit of similarity with what has been presented already today. So I think there's some helpful convergence there. We came up with 5 characteristics. The first is that the interventions needed to be systemic. That is very comprehensive, not piecemeal, dealing with not just part of the system, but the whole of the system. So not just dealing with farmer inputs or production of forecasts, but really the system, the value chains as a whole. And I think what's important to realize about this is that there's no quick fixes. Often this is a very iterative process where you try something, find another barrier, learn, try something else, or add something else. And it often required multiple kinds of reinforcing interventions in policy domains, technology and innovation, finance, institutional reform and governance, capacity building. Frequently, all of those were involved in order for an intervention to be truly systemic. A second element is that it needed to be catalytic, meaning that it triggered changes beyond the point of intervention. So in other systems, had cascading impacts. So things like setting up new institutions with a mandate for adaptation and resilience that then continue to have cascading impacts across sectors is a good example of that. For instance, setting up climate finance units within the governments of several of these countries in South Asia, we found to be quite catalytic because it unlocked further resources for action, but also provided mandate capacity in-house for adaptation action writ large. The third characteristic, we've already touched on it several times today through previous speakers, but that's the issue of scale. And very often we think of scale as the spatial extent or the number of people reached or coverage, going beyond kind of pilot project sorts of interventions. But I think, as others have highlighted, it's important to think about the depth of the change as well, the depth and speed of the change that's occurring. So examples would be that are often highlighted are wholesale changes in agricultural systems, where you're transforming what's being grown, not just shifting from one variety or changing small practices. Or, as we saw in the ACT program, whole-scale changes in flood management policies and response measures in response to changing conditions. A fourth and extremely important element is inclusivity. Decisions need to be inclusive of poor and vulnerable communities. It needs not just to target them, but to address the root causes of vulnerability. And poor and vulnerable communities need to be engaged as decision makers, not just beneficiaries. And I will point to a lot of the work done on locally led adaptation. For examples, for instance, the case study review and compendium that were published last year can really provide some important illustrations. And just to emphasize, it's important that we're not equity neutral in transformational work, because otherwise you risk perpetuating those risks and vulnerabilities even further. And so in my view, it's not transformational unless it deals with the sources of inequity. And last but not least, there is the issue of sustainability, and I mean sustainability both in the environmental sense and in the kind of more fundamental sense of endurance and persistence, that these are interventions that do not fall apart when the funding ends or the program or project ends, but rather that these are institutionalized, embedded in culture, in practice, and behavior. So they're sustained over time, which doesn't mean that they don't evolve. Of course, as our speaker from SIF just highlighted, they do need to evolve as conditions change, but it's important that they stay intact in delivering benefits and impacts. I think it's important to note that there's several different domains of transformation that we saw. These are not just technology transformations. This is very much about finding innovation, which might be process innovations, might be policy or governance innovation, regulatory innovation, as well as social and behavioral norms and practices that change. And this is where I think we could learn a lot more from behavioral insights groups and those working on those issues. And last but not least, there's a number of enabling environment conditions for transformational adaptation that need to be developed and nurtured. It's not just that you need to find these in place, they need to be actively nurtured by programs and interventions. First and foremost is political will and a policy mandate for adaptation. And again, this is something that the global goal is really working to elevate. There's awareness and capacity development and a need for a strong foundation on evidence and information. And I'm wrapping up now, but just if you'll allow me a chance to editorialize a little bit, I think it's really important that the global goal on adaptation have a transformational element to it, to provide the guidance on where we need to go, to inspire, to mobilize greater political will and scaled up support for adaptation. And I sometimes worry that if we just stick to what we can measure and what we can report on now, that, again, the policy interventions, the planning interventions, that will miss the opportunity to really set an ambitious direction of where we truly need to go. And so I think this discussion we're having today is incredibly important. Next slide. I can provide examples from our program later in the Q&A if people are curious, but I want to point people to a paper that provides those examples and articulates the framework in much more detail than I could have today. And there's the QR code for that. I also want to acknowledge that this draws on the work and experience of more than 50 adaptation professionals involved in the Action on Climate Today program. So really want to acknowledge their contributions as well. I'll stop there so we have time for questions. Shella, back to you, I think.
Yes, thank you so much, Christina. I think your very concise slideshow was a nice way to wrap up our really in-depth conversation and to really put a fine point on the overlapping and common elements of transformational adaptation. I think we were starting to see some real trends in terms of what we would consider transformational adaptation from a lot of different perspectives. So I think that was very, very helpful. So now that we've had time to hear from our presenters, and thank you again for being present with us virtually, I would like to open the floor for targeted questions on the presentations that were made, and while we have a chance to quiz our experts online. If we have time, we will, of course, like to move into a fireside chat that would be more focused on takeaways and reflections on the themes of the presentations, but we do want to provide this opportunity to dive into the content a little bit. So I also just want to acknowledge there was a question from one of our online participants about logistics for breakout groups. I'll note that during our sessions today, we will not be utilizing breakout groups, so there's no need to worry about different links or different groups. That's a format that we'll take on later in the workshop, and the Secretariat will provide details when we get closer to those breakout groups on how different participants will access those. But for today, we'll be remaining in this main session altogether, so no need to worry about that. with that, I will open it up for Q&A with a reminder of our in-person and virtual balance. So turning it over to you guys to ask questions. We have our first question from one of our online participants. Nasser, I think it was you that jumped in first, so I'll turn it over to you to take the floor and ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheila. Do you hear me? Okay.
Very well.
Good day, colleague. Good day, colleagues, and thanks for giving me the floor to break up the ice. Sorry for not being able to be with you in person in this workshop. As you said, that the first question was about the logistical, so I will just pass that. On the IPCC presentation, thanks for the colleagues from the IPCC. But on the definition of the transformational adaptation, you mentioned the societal changes. It might not be applicable, or it might be applicable for the big countries to shift the location. But what about the small countries? Will that be suitable for shifting the places or the location as you have defined the transformation adaptation? As for the examples that you have given us on the sea level rise, the wave breakers, what is the difference between the adaptation and the transformational adaptation on that specific example? I did not see like how we define or how we can say that differ than from adaptation projects, or this is a transformational adaptation issue. Also on the example for the energy axis, what is the comparison, or what is the common between the transformation adaptation on the energy axis example? Like, how can we say that this is, as to wrap up, like, how can we define that this is an adaptation or this is a transformational adaptation? And as I said, for the energy axis, like when you say that, as for the example, it's runs by women and indigenous people, like, what is the differentiation, or how can we say that this is transformational or this is just like a regular adaptation issue? Thank you.
Thank you, Nasser. I'll turn it directly over to our presenters from the IPCC. I hope you're still available to take those questions. I think there are 3 different questions from Nasser, so I'll turn it back over to you. And then I'm starting to see some hands here in person, so we'll note those and move to our in-person participants next.
Okay, thank you for the question. Or questions. I think there were multiple questions in there. I think just to refer back to the definitions, that question is very relevant, and I think that that's one of the big challenges, is really trying to characterize exactly how we can distinguish between transformational and incremental. The point about which kind of countries can take on what kind of strategies, I think, is something that, again, is context specific. And so it's not something that we can really say anything generally about, but it's important to recognize that the kind of what we're talking about, what we refer to in terms of societal shifts and these kinds of relocations and so on, that will be relevant in some cases, in some places, but in others that will be maybe possible. And to just to remind you about this, we talk about transformational, we talk about kind of the scope of the transformational potential, the depth of its potential, the speed and limits, and all of these things are dimensions to consider. Therefore, it does mean that, for each case, you need to consider kind of what's the most appropriate thing. But also in terms of defining, I think, as I said in the beginning of the presentation, there is it's a continuum between incremental and transformative. And so it will be difficult to characterize something immediately as transformative. It probably will take some time before we can actually recognize its potential. I'll let the others give more details on the specific, to answer the specific questions.
Shall I come in, Lisa, on the mandatory alignment, the coastal issues? So I think in the case of the example we presented, it's transformational in the sense that it's a complete change in land use. It's accepting that agriculture will no longer take place in somewhere, and the land that was drained and reclaimed from the sea centuries ago, we would accept that it has to become sea again because of the practicalities of adapting to a changing climate. The incremental change would be just to build higher sea banks and hold the line as it was, rather than accepting change. One thing I would say, though, is that in all of our examples, we've been looking at really quite small localized examples rather than the large-scale systematic change across a whole country. So within the UK, for example, changes in the way we manage the shore are starting to be more transformational. But I think we're only seeing the first signs, really, of things that we can point to. So, you know, whether we have truly good examples that meet all of the criteria for being transformational, I doubt. But we can see some indicators of the sort of changes that can happen, and in the right places can bring benefits that wouldn't be achieved by a more incremental approach.
Thanks, Mike and Lisa. And just to comment on the question about the energy. So it's just like what Mike responded. It's gradual, it's in steps, and energy access is mainly focused on providing the basics in most cases. For example, if we talk about standalone electrification, sometimes we're only talking about sufficient electricity for 2 light bulbs and a cell phone charger. So the transformational part comes in when we're also talking about energy poverty, of having enough electricity for basic services, but also the affordability. And furthermore is how, especially when working with Indigenous communities, how you integrate Indigenous knowledge within how you present or portray energy projects. So the specific example referenced during the presentation was on Mayan cosmovision and how the relationship with nature is embedded into how renewable energy projects work. And yeah, it just in terms of how we brought in the Mayan cosmovision into the project planning stage. In terms of societal transitions, what was new in AR6 and why it was brought in, it's because we know now that to achieve 1.5 degrees C, we need the participation of everybody. And it's so when we talk about what does participation of everybody mean, we're talking about not just at the level of, for example, scientists or funders, but also including the most vulnerable and most marginalized, and how to give them sufficient voice. So as mentioned, it's not just in having everybody around a table or the number of diverse views, but also in terms of the quality of those interactions. So in terms of a more qualitative, for example, indicator when discussing societal, the societal transformation is the existence of this diversity, but also the quality of the interactions that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. For those responses, I do recognize that we may have a follow-up, but for now, because we have quite a long list growing of questions, I'm going to move on to a few of our in-person participants to take some additional questions, and then we'll move back to the online for any further questions or follow-up. So on my list, I have first is Tibian from the Maldives. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you to the presenters for those presentations. I have two questions. First question is to the IPCC. It's something that Joanna mentioned, Dr. Nalau, in her presentation about either living with rising sea levels or having to adapt to it. And the example was New York. And to those here today, I'm sure you can see similarities between Mala and Manhattan. So I guess from a from a small island perspective, how can a policymaker know whether we can take transformative adaptation actions or whether there's a sort of a retreat element to it? And my other question is to Christina on her framework that she presented. I note that it's South Asian countries that were used in that study. And I think in addition to those countries, Maldives and Sri Lanka are two South Asian countries not in that study. So for island states, Sri Lanka not being a small island state, but just for island states in general, to what extent does that framework apply to island states? Thank you.
Thank you, Tibian. I'm going to go ahead and take a couple of additional questions from our participants in the room so that we can collect some and then turn back to our presenters to make sure we have good use of our time. So next, I think I had Miriam. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Shella. First of all, let me take this opportunity to thank again the Maldives. Thank you so much, Minister Khadija and all the colleagues from Maldives for allowing us once again to experience your beautiful country and impeccable hospitality. So thank you very much, and looking forward again to all that you've prepared for us ahead of those 3 days. Thanks again for the presenters. The presentations have been very thought-provoking, and maybe I have some questions that were particularly interesting. First, on the conceptualization of transformative adaptation. Has this, through the literature, maybe my question is more for the IPCC, has this concept emerged out of some inductive or deductive kind of reasoning? So is it tested? Is there empirical evidence through which that we have arrived that transformative adaptation is how we must do things or how we need to do things? Or is it like a collection of experiences and then we'll test them and see if they work? So that was my first question. My second question is, what's the starting point for countries? Now, to try to make it closer to reality and to the policymakers and to those who implement on the ground. If I go back to my policymaker and say, you need to change the value systems, change your policy, fundamentally rebuild your institutions, etc., etc. And more of the responses or criteria we've heard are more dealing with societal changes, values, institutions. What's the starting point? How do I sell this to my policymaker? And then what are the prerequisites? We mainly spoke about policy and capacity, but how can technologies be transformational? How can the underlying support be transformational? I hope we can just bridge this theoretical and very thought-provoking discussion into the reality so that we can take back and implement, of course, in light of the urgency. And again, I mean, along the same lines of Tibi, well, there are not a lot of similarities between Manhattan and some parts of rural Egypt where I come from. So do you have maybe examples on transformation of adaptive actions that have been implemented in Africa, for example, any part of Africa, that would help digest? And sorry, it's too many questions, but it's been really interesting. And then from the example of New York and from the different criteria for implementing transformative adaptation, we heard that the quality of interactions and the inclusiveness and involvement of different actors, so government and non-state actors in the private sector, is critical for this to enable this transformation. And what examples maybe do you have from the UK and New York example, and maybe other examples as well, on the response from the non-state actors? And how far has the private sector pitched in, for example, and the philanthropic communities in this kind of response? And is there any similar response in Africa? Just a couple of weeks back, we were in Germany in the Ahr watershed where it was hit by flooding 2 years ago. And to date, and that's Germany, a developed country, the response has been very delayed, and not many non-state actors other than the government shared the burden of rebuilding or building back or forward better, as now it's being called. I think I'll leave it there. This is already too much, but very much looking forward to the answers. And they were not just for the IPCC, for all the speakers. And maybe one final question then to the speaker from the SIPs. How do you measure the results? How do you measure the results of the transformational adaptation or the transformation approach? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miriam. I tried to gather all of your questions, and I hope our presenters were able to take note of the questions that were posed, because I think they were very relevant and good ones. I'm going to take one more person from our in-room participants, and then I'll turn it back over to our presenters to tackle the series of questions that have been posed. So I have Dirk from the Netherlands.
Thanks, Shella, and good morning, colleagues here in the Maldives, and good day to the colleagues online. I'll speak on behalf of the EU and its member states. Let me also allow me to thank Her Excellency Minister Khadija Nassim and the whole Maldives team for hosting us this year and with this important workshop. Shukuriya, I hope we pronounced it well. Thank you. And also thanks, of course, to the presenters for these useful presentations with important messages from the IPCC, but also Minister Nassim on underlying the need to act on both adaptation and mitigation, as climate change impacts all countries, and especially for, of course, the most vulnerable countries and people. So it's important that we better coordinate our support towards the most vulnerable countries, particularly these LDCs and SIDS. Turning to transformative adaptation, we as EU also underline very much the importance of changing from incremental to transformative adaptation. And we also would like to underline the importance of the inclusive, just and whole society approach. So systemic change, I think, was also mentioned by the CVF and the UN Foundation, should look into mainstreaming adaptation as part of the SDG agenda in all national processes, including budget processes. I also have a question for the gentleman from the CBD. As within this process, we value the national adaptation processes highly, and we look into solution-oriented activities to enhance this process. So how can the national adaptation plans process best link with the MBSAP process, as was outlined by the CBD colleague? And I can come in later with other reflections on the GLAS and GGA. And we also have some EU colleagues online. So looking forward to this upcoming days. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dirk. So back to our presenters. Perhaps we can go in reverse order of who was posed the question to. So I'm going to start with Dirk's question, tackle the CBD first, and invite the colleagues from the CBD to comment on that last question. Perhaps then we can go to the SIF and then end with our IPCC colleagues and UN Foundation on some of the other broader questions that were posed. So turn it over to CBD first.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I can't put on my camera. We've had a power cut here, so it'll just be video of me sitting in the dark. But thank you very much for the question, and absolutely, it's a very pertinent one, and one that maybe I should have raised during my presentation. So the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans, the NBSAP, is the primary sort of implementation policy approach within the CBD. And we are now going through the process of let's say the third generation for many countries, for many parties with that. And similar to what I was saying earlier about the evolution of target setting, it's also evolution of that sort of policy setting as well. And recognizing the need that NBSAPs need to very strongly link with other policy processes at the national level. And so national adaptation plans is certainly one of those key policy instruments that we have over time. Well, no, I would say that we have tried to encourage from very early on, but over time we are seeing increasing use and recognition by parties themselves. And we have run a series of workshops and sort of training sessions looking specifically on NBSAP NAP links over time, especially linked to the NAP expos. And we've also done others that look at NBSAP and NDCs. And it's something now with the approval, the adoption of the GBF, parties are encouraged to revise their NBSAPs by the end of next year, the end of 2024, in time for COP16. And while undertaking that process, they are being strongly encouraged to look at how these other policy instruments, in particular the likes of NAPs, NDCs, and others, are being integrated into that. We're not saying that they need to be single instruments, single documents, but there needs to be strong complementarity and synergy between them, and in particular, sort of explicit references to how they are interlinked, the common challenges they're trying to address, and approaches that can be used, as well as recognizing that there may well be, and indeed there are, some differences in terms of ultimate objectives. But it's an ongoing process where we're trying to support that as much as possible, subject to mandates, etc. But yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Thanks, Tristan. And then over to Xianfu there was a specific question, I believe, about measuring results, but then feel free to speak to some of the broader questions about the definitions of transformational adaptation. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for the question. I think from Miriam from Egypt. I mentioned that the evaluation of the transformational change of the SAFE program. So it's basically very straightforward approach we took. So we assess progress in terms of the we use a sort of illustrative signals in terms of the maturity of the of the changes being made. So we have three categories. One is early signals, meaning the conditions are being created, but outcomes are basically preparation for the change. So that's early signals, and then the next level would be interim signals. That means changes are taking place, but outcomes are not yet obvious. And then there's advanced signals. That means the changes are transformation is happening. So those were the very sort of qualitative ways we are measuring progress. So I popped into the chat box the report of the evaluation. If you are interested, there are a lot more details, and particularly the program focusing on resilience has been featured quite prominently in that report, and is probably one of the more advanced program under the SAFE portfolio. And I also want to maybe briefly respond to the question about how do we actually move from the concepts to practice on the ground when we talk about transformational impacts and transformational adaptation. And because we work a lot with the multilateral development banks, so in that context, incremental adaptations, really, we have been talking about climate proofing and managing the risks of climate change by building our the drainage pipes a little bit bigger, and introducing some more heat-resistant material for our road surface. So that for me is quite incremental and sort of piecemeal, each project, each piece of infrastructure at a time. But when we talk about transformational change, we think about developing leaderships and changing livelihoods and strengthening the civil society's role and participation. So and all that really needs to be very, very deliberate and targeted when we go off and deliver the investment support. We need to have these agendas really from the very outset and as a deliberate inputs into the program. And And so the one example is really from the safe experience. We have this very so the sector approach in terms of doing the adaptation in the country. We instead of giving a pot of money and being very prescriptive about what to do, when to do it, we kept it very open. We hand over a pot of money, and then they can work out what's the best in the country. So with this relatively predictable and large scale, and also entirely flexible financial support, and the key players within the country, they can really take ownership of what they think of the best thing to do, and then organize the different 9 ministers, and each minister will be given a set of tasks and also budget. So in that way, I think the approach really made a difference in terms of mainstreaming, and because everybody is sort of taking a very genuine ownership over what's to be delivered, what's to be done, and the changes are quite enduring in terms of reaching into the regular sort of government business process, and with associated budget attached, and the personnel commitment. So that is the way I think we see the SAFE model has made a difference in terms of bringing much longer term impacts. Thank you. That's what I want to say for now.
Thank you, Xian. I know we have a lot of questions for our IPCC colleagues, and we do have a number of online participants. I did want to give Christina from UN Foundation a quick moment to respond to a couple of very specific questions. Then we'll move to our IPCC colleagues, and then we'll take a round of questions from our online participants. So Christina, to you.
Sure, thanks. Maybe first to respond to Tibian, yes, absolutely, the framework can be used in small island states. It can be used, it's meant to be flexible enough to really guide action at any scale. So it could be used at local levels. Similarly, it could be used supranationally to deal with transboundary issues. So it really is just a guidance for thinking about transformational adaptation. And I'll point to some work in Nepal that was done under the ACT program that was focused on the Central Bureau of Statistics did a climate change survey to understand perceptions around climate change in the country. And that, of course, then led up to the planning, what was then the Planning Commission, to inform the Planning Commission's work. And what was interesting is that perception study highlighted that the top climate impact that was concerning to people in Nepal across different geographies was wind disturbance to crops and fields and livestock, as well as to homes and infrastructure. And very few programs were designed at that point to target wind as a specific impact. And so as part of that work, that really led to a cascading effect of increased focus on wind disturbance in particular. And then there was a mechanism to verify and iterate and over time. So just as a tangible example, that could be done anywhere at any scale. To address maybe Miriam's point about very practical, how do you start this? I would just say that it as the colleague from SIF noted, this is a messy process. It is important to try and be purposeful about being transformative from the beginning. And I very much like the questions, the guiding questions that were articulated. But also just to recognize it's iterative, and often where you end up is not where you imagined. And again, to provide a little example from the Indian state of Bihar, where we were asked at first to come in and help address the catastrophic flooding that was occurring, the siltation that was building up in a tributary from the Ganga River, the Kosi was the name of the river, it had catastrophic flooding, huge amount of silt coming from upstream, deforestation upstream and more extreme rainfall patterns. And really silt was viewed as the enemy, and it was quite expensive to dredge. So they were saying, how can we dredge this less expensively? And that was, in a way, the wrong question to ask. Instead, we flipped it around and said, well, how can we make silt more of a commodity, of a resource, and change mindsets around it? And did analysis to try and understand, working with stakeholders and including the private sector, and found that actually silt could be used to rejuvenate farmland, especially degraded land, for often landless farmers to be able to have access to land and productive use. It could be used for bricks, it could be used for road and infrastructure development. And so in the end, we ended up working on a regulatory framework to manage silt, as well as sort of value chains to use the silt. Again, not at all where I thought we were going when we were looking at catastrophic flood management on the Kosi River in Bihar. And it takes a little bit of logical leaps to follow, but I think my advice is that it is a messy process, but you have to be willing to find those entry points, whether it's regulatory, political will, data, changing relationships, changing policies that are already in motion, and then find the entry point for adaptation and resilience within those. I know that's not a very satisfying answer, but it's what I've found to work. Thanks, I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Christina. I'm now going to go to Lisa and our colleagues from the IPCC to tackle a series of broad questions that were addressed. So maybe it's Johanna that's going to go first. I will leave it up to you guys, but feel free, jump in.
All right, thanks so much. I'll just address quickly the question from Phoebe on the small islands and New York. So I think one of the lessons learned from New York is that even the Lower Manhattan had an integrated holistic plan to incorporate different adaptation strategies, and some of those have not been yet implemented. So I think for small islands, I think what's really critical is to think about the adaptation pathways, is to think about the different scenarios, but also thresholds. At what stage some adaptations might not be effective and what might then need to change. So know that there, for instance, Tuvalu is considering under the Rising Nations Initiative, is actually looking at these plans and looking even virtual metaverse for Tuvalu. So there's all kinds of options that are being looked at for small islands. I'll leave rest for Lisa and Debbie. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Just to quickly fill in, I think that the question that was asked, essentially, what is the evidence that we need transformational adaptation? And I think that's a very valid question. And if you look back at previous IPCC reports, in the special report on extremes, it has a longer title that we published in 2012, already then transformational adaptation and transformation were raised as important processes. And that's now more than 10 years ago, that we've actually seen that the kind of incremental approaches that have been used simply aren't working. And many of these incremental strategies appear to be leading towards maladaptation, where actually people are becoming more vulnerable rather than less vulnerable as a result of these kinds of strategies. And the reason that we can say that now with much more confidence is, of course, that we have far greater evidence base. There are, since in the last 15, 16 years, a huge amount more projects, plans, programs that have been implemented, and we have had the opportunity to assess the literature that analyzes the outcomes of these and seen that, in fact, most of these strategies aren't even really shifting risk. They're not really reducing risk either. So one of the reasons is, and just to pick up on another point here, is that was asked also, is the lack of inclusion. And that's why in the Working Group 2 report and throughout the AR6, there's a heavy emphasis, as we see in the literature, on greater inclusion of different voices, of different types of knowledge, and so on. And I think Christina has already talked about that as well. You can see that they include that as well in their formula and their framework. So But I think what the key thing to recall is also that in the beginning, we talked about transformation as this is not necessarily always something desirable. Transformation can also lead to bad direction. It's not necessarily only a positive outcome, positive process. And therefore, we need to keep that in mind. And as IPCC warns, now is the window of opportunity to act, right? And where we can ensure that we're actually going to have a livable and sustainable future for everybody. And this part is where the transformational adaptation becomes so critical to take action now. And I'll pass to Debbie.
Thank you, Lisa. So just to add on Miriam's question on why transformational adaptation and not just incremental, it's also because as we approach 1.5 degrees C of global warming levels, the latest IPCC report does state with high confidence that incremental adaptation will not be enough. So with higher global warming levels, we will be needing transformational adaptation. And there are already some examples, and I'll pass on to my colleague Mike to delve deeper into examples. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure we have a lot of time for examples, but I mean, just a few general comments. I think, you know, we highlighted an ecosystem-based adaptation approach, and that's one good way, because I think it's already been said, the integration of adaptation objectives with other objectives, in that case, benefits to biodiversity, is so important to make this happen. You know, we shouldn't kid ourselves. This is easy. It's difficult, but, you know, just to echo what Lisa said, there are no easy choices left, I'm afraid. And the more we can get multiple benefits, including for biodiversity, the better, really. I'll stop there. Time's getting on.
Thank you so much. I realize our colleagues from the IPCC may have only a few minutes left, but I did want to get to our virtual participants for another round of questions. I encourage folks to be brief so that we can hear from as many as possible. First on my virtual list, I have Neha Rai from the Food and Agriculture Organization. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi everyone. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. I think it was a great early morning session on the conceptual framing of the concept of transformation. I think one of the things which I would like to flag here is that this framing of the 5 dimensions of transformational change sort of misses the time frame dimension or the future climate scenarios dimension, where we know that incremental change is responsive to current temperature changes or current extreme weather events, but transformational change or planning for transformational change is crucial for long-term under different climate projections. For example, if you're improving production efficiency of a particular crop like apple in a country like Nepal, it's an incremental change when winters are warming now. But in the long run, we might want to diversify to say banana if the business as usual scenario stays. So I think what I'm trying to say in short is that it'll be good if we also bring in the dimension of long-term climate scenarios and the time frame issue into these 5 dimensions, because otherwise we avoid the risk of locking in inappropriate adaptive practices if you're only looking at the current scenarios, current climate change. But I'll stop there and give others an opportunity to ask more questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that perspective, and thank you for joining us from the FAO. I think it's really helpful to hear from other organizations who are tackling these same questions. Next on my list, I have Alvin from the UN Environment Program. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to acknowledge the government of Maldives for hosting the 5th workshop, and it's also nice to see many familiar faces at the workshop and also virtually. My apologies for not being there in person, though I look forward to contributing to the discussions virtually. For me, across the presentation, the theme that came across on transformations and systems-wide adaptation really does bring the focus on nature-based solutions and why it's important to maintain and restore natural capital, and why it's important to actually have very relevant targets on global goal and adaptation. Just reflecting on the presentation from Lisa and Joanna and colleagues from IPCC, there is a very strong message on ecosystem-based adaptation. One of the things Mike mentioned was that there are really good EBA projects, and as Lisa mentioned, they're really good projects to actually learn what the elements of transformation are. And Miriam, just reflecting on your questions, whether there are, any good examples of transformative adaptation in Africa. Just to give you an example, in Gambia, we're implementing a large-scale restoration program, which is developing a natural resource-based economy. As many as 11,500 Gambians are actually benefiting this. This is happening across 4 regions of Upper, Lower, Middle, Central Gambia. The elements of transformation that we are looking and what we are finding from the project is that this is now restoring and rehabilitating around 13,000 hectares of forest, protected areas and wild areas. We are also seeing transformations in livelihood. As many as 176 natural resource-based businesses are being now managed by communities. If you try and put this in a cash point, this is a cumulative gross cash of US 4.5 million. Now, in addition to that, areas of forest are being managed by communities as well, and as many as 200,000 hectares of community forest reserves are being established. I feel that these are some of the transformations, both in nature and livelihoods, that are very central to understanding, but also bringing out in the goals and targets. And just building on Tristan's presentation, the GBF framework, it does provide a very strong element in terms of building synergies related to biodiversity, ecosystem-based approaches, some of the themes and dimensions that were agreed at COP27. So, these are some of the good work to kind of draw on to. Relevant targets and indicators could be sourced from that element. But the message that I just wanted to give is that, there's a very strong element coming from science and from practice on the utility of nature-based and ecosystem-based approaches. I'm also very glad to hear of other themes like cascading risks, transboundary risks, which can be further unpacked at the workshop. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and I look forward to being part of the conversation.
Thank you so much, Alvin, for that perspective and for addressing some of the questions that had been posed by others in the room. That was a very helpful example. Nasser, you've been very patient in your follow-up request for the IPCC, and I believe we only have them for a couple more minutes. So I did want to come back to you because I realized you wanted to respond back to some of the initial questions you had. If you still want to take the floor, please go ahead.
Thank you, thanks, Sheila, and thanks for the reply. It gives me an implication that we are going back to square one. That's the means of implementation. If you want to imply transformational or incremental adaptation, I think that we go back to the means of implementation as funding, technology, capacity building, and the applicabilities. Like for the example, for the New York example, I think that was almost, if I'm not mistaken, $10 billion to apply that project also on the wave breakers. That's example that we had from the IPCC, the first example that has been shown. And I agree with Miriam on the question about the transformation adaptation. Was it as exactly a good lesson learned that we have to imply, or it is just like as a trial for developing countries? As for the reply from Christina about the messy process, I think that we need to have a clear example for us as developing countries. So if we want to apply those kind of like transformational or incremental adaptation projects, or if you want to apply them in our countries, we need it to be a clear other than messy. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Nasser, for that follow-up. I don't know if our IPCC colleagues wanted to speak to that follow-up, or if we can move on to our next round of questions. I think. Okay, it sounds like we have some responses that are taking place on the chat. I did want to say, because we are running short on time, we are going to condense our coffee break to be from 3:30 to about 3:50, 3:55. So I'm going to take just a couple more questions to round us out until our coffee break. I do invite folks to continue engage with presenters online through the chat if they were able, and I also, for the participants in the room, any links or resources that are shared in the chat will be captured by the Secretariat and made available in the summary document along with the presentations that we've seen. I do see one of our IPCC colleagues had popped his camera on, so I don't know if that meant he wanted to come back. Yes, no? Okay. With that, I'll go to one other question, back here in the room. I think it was our colleague from the UK, Morgan. Or whoever was first at your table. I saw two hands go up at once, so I'll defer to you guys to sort that out because we may have only time for one.
Thank you very much. I think Morgan gave me the floor first, so thank you very much, Sheila. And well, first, we would like to thank the government of Maldives to hosting us this very relevant workshop. We were just a bit puzzled by the different information that we have received this morning. We see that even that there could be an aspirational component of the adaptation, it lacks a bit of the operationalization of this idea. We heard about the societal changes, shifting of power, global inequity that has to be tackled to make it transformational adaptation. So we see that probably some of the components might be already included in the projects. For instance, the GCF or the JEF, where we develop a project and other components might not be included. But the question is, in terms of the means of implementation that is required for that transformational adaptation, is any estimate of what is the difference between if a country addresses a climate risk with incremental adaptation with respect to the transformational adaptation? Because in terms of the aspirational aspect, we see that there is a gap, and this gap should be clarified for decision and policymakers to take action and to translate this incremental adaptation to transformational adaptation, taking into account what are the costs behind that change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas. I'm going to take one final question from one of our online participants, and then I'll turn it back to, sorry, Morgan, did you want to? Okay, I'll take your question, Morgan, and then we have one final online question. Sorry, I thought you had ceded the floor, not ceded your space in. So please go ahead.
Sorry. And thanks very much for your flexibility, and I'll join others before me to thank the government of the Maldives for hosting us here, and also the Secretariat and SBJs for the guidance in getting us there. Have a few questions. Some of them were answered already, so I'll try and be quite specific. To the IPCC, I think it was you, Lisa, who showed quite an interesting table on dimensions, and I was wondering whether you could tell us a little bit more about the trade-offs element. You talked about depth, scope, limits, and I think the question from Fao earlier on time potentially implies this here, and how countries are making some of these choices. And I think it was you, Debbie, that talked about the systems approach, and I understood from your intervention that you were referring to potentially a systems approach would be better than a sectoral approach. And I'm wondering whether you could also tell us a little bit more about this. I feel sometimes some of these terms are used interchangeably, but it would be useful for us to see how we use the different ones. And for the other speakers, so we heard today a lot about the amount and quality of frameworks out there. From Tristan, CBD was a good reminder that it's not only the Global Biodiversity Framework, but really a package of decisions. And there's a CIF framework on transformational climate action evaluation, a UNF framework for transformational adaptation. So as we are trying to get together this year to develop a framework for the global goal on adaptation, I'm wondering whether you would have one advice or a practical element for us in developing a framework, and the trade-offs that also you had to make for them. And a last question to Xian Fulu for the CIF. You did say in conclusion something around much improvements to our insight and practices could be gained from documenting and sharing ongoing efforts and experiences. And I'm wondering whether you have any guidance or advice to us on the how. Thanks very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you, Morgan. Those are really good questions. So I'm glad that you insisted that I not skip over you. Okay, so for our final online question, I'm going to skip over a couple that have already engaged in sort of some online back and forth, and I wanted to acknowledge our Youngo participant. I believe it's Samuel. Please go ahead, Samuel.
Okay, thank you so much for for the presentations, and also for everyone there. I wish I was also there in person as well. And then to everybody that has presented, the IPCC and CBT and all. But my major question rallies around first, we've heard of the transformative adaptation, which is more in perspective than the transition approach as presented by the IPCC. But I just wanted to ask about the on-ground process. I know someone talked about it in the area of more practical approach, more like a more empirical approach in this transformational adaptation. But I would like to go specifically into what communities are actually doing, as in bringing out local communities based perspective into this approach, and how they are actually addressing how they are actually addressing these issues, and also bringing in the perspective of climate change loss and damage in this whole context, because we see adaptation as something that is entirely different from loss and damage. But we also know that negligence or neglect of adaptation could also lead to more adverse effect of climate change induced disasters, causing irreplaceable losses and irreplaceable damages, as cited by CBD, if I'm not mistaken, where they talked about how hard people will be able to adapt when there are more issues of climate change induced disasters if actions are not taken. So I would just like to ask the IPCC the question specifically on the work they have done in the area of, on the studies they've carried out in the areas of community-based approach in transformative adaptation, and also the need as well to, invite youth into this particular perspective to see how they can drive this action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samuel. I also want to acknowledge, I believe Britta had a couple questions for CBD and IPCC. I do want to move on to our final round of responses. So Britta, if you wouldn't mind just typing out your questions in the chat. I believe our IPCC colleagues may have had to depart. We all know that it's a busy week for the IPCC. So if they are still online, then we can try to get some responses, but I also would acknowledge that we may be running short on time. So I'll turn it back to our presenters for this final round of responses. Perhaps I can go to the IPCC first, since I know that some folks will have to drop. So I see Deborah has her camera on, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Shella, and thank you for all the questions. Mike, Lisa, and Johanna had to leave already, so I'll tackle these questions. So I'll start off with the system transitions ones because it can help answer some of the other questions. System transitions was first used by IPCC and SR 1.5 because in our approved outline, we were asked to jointly assess mitigation and adaptation options together. And mitigation and adaptation are usually assessed separately, one by, for example, representative key risks for adaptation, and then usually the main economic sectors for mitigation. So systems transitions was a space where we could bring mitigation and adaptation together, recognizing that we can't do one without other, that mitigation has impacts on adaptation and vice versa. So system transitions really brings together the socio-technical transitions that are needed for emissions reductions and socio-ecological resilience that we talk about in adaptation. So in looking at system transitions, we're also seeing that taking a sectoral approach ignores the different synergies and trade-offs that can happen between them. So for example, if we talk about improved measures in agriculture for adaptation, it also has an impact on water and forests, on, for example, communities that depend on water use in the same watershed. So you really can't separate forest, water, agriculture, etc. And that is where the systems approach comes in. So if we look at the systemic approach of IPCC and, for example, land and ecosystems, we have forest-based adaptation, improved cropland management, agroecology, water use, that brings them all together. But we also look at, for example, how the land and ecosystem system transition also interacts with urban and energy, again, for example, through water use. And that also helps us look at what are the relationships, not only between the options, but within a system and between systems. And so that leads us to the next question on trade-offs, and that in this systemic approach, we can actually look at the trade-offs of, for example, what happens to forests when you just work on agriculture, and only on agriculture, not looking beyond that. So that's why working on systems is why IPCC now is moving towards systems approach rather than just working by sectors. And as for the question on, sorry, I'm looking back at the list of questions and going back to the examples, I think these are still emerging. It's something that we noted that we couldn't put as many case studies as wanted during the AR6, but again, these are emerging, and some of the changes that we're talking about are still are more of transitions that can lead to greater transformation. So for example, the example of energy that I mentioned of Mayan Cosmovision, that's in Central America, but there are other similar approaches. Again, if we look in different parts of Africa and Latin America, in terms of energy access, it's not just access we're tackling with, it's also poverty. And it's really trying to include more women and indigenous populations, not just in the management of systems, but how to be entrepreneurs taking advantage of the electricity they have. And then moving on to the topic of means of implementation and enabling conditions, even though we have we know that an option can be feasible and or effective. We know that that in itself is not enough. We need, for example, governance, robust institutions, financing, diverse knowledge to actually make it work. So that even if we have a feasible and effective option without, say, governance or financing, it might not be as effective as it could be. So, for example, when we talk about governance, we're talking about at all levels. And also because when we're discussing funding, we know that without governance, for example, more funding, increased funding, and not saying that more funding is bad, but just that more funding can also lead to more maladaptation and more injustice and more poverty. So the question here is also a matter of how we make this increased funding be effective and lead to adaptation and justice and reduction of poverty. So I hope I answered all the questions of IPCC, but in any case, feel free to send us an email and we'll be happy to follow up by email or a call if needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deborah. You probably would expect that there will never be an end to the questions for the IPCC. So we will keep this line of communication open and really appreciate your time. We know it's been a long week for many of you. So good luck with the release of the synthesis report for those of you who participated in that. And we'll be cheering you along the way from the Maldives.
Thank you. I'll be logging off now then. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Best wishes.
So I think there were a couple questions for our colleagues from CBD and perhaps the SIF on the means of implementation, and then we really do need to take a break and stretch our legs, provide our online participants with a little bit of screen break, and we want to have plenty of time for our discussion this afternoon on the Indigenous people's perspective on transformative adaptation. So first to CBD, please.
Thanks very much. And electricity is back, so I can put my camera back on. Thank you very much for the question. I'll be very brief because time is definitely against us. And I in many ways, just to echo what Deborah said, I think there was a question about all the different frameworks and how to bring them together. One of the things is we live in a very complex world, very complex systems, and we need to be able to recognize that, but also highlight some of the nuances within it. And so some of these various frameworks need to recognize the linkages between them. But then ultimately it comes down to the means of implementation and ensuring that there is adequate support and resources available, recognition of the various systems, both legal and social, economic and otherwise, that need to come together in order to support this. As just the history within the CBD, we know that there have been some severe lacking in terms of sufficiently recognizing the need for these means of implementation, and so the GBF is trying to do that. Slightly distracting, sorry, the background noises. But it's very much about recognizing this whole of government and whole of society, and ensuring that there's sufficient capacity support, including financial resources, not just direct funding, but also addressing the negative incentives, the subsidies that undermine biodiversity, that remove this natural safety net that we have under us on this planet. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tristan. Perhaps I can go to Xianfu and then Christina after that. Xianfu, are you still with us?
I think Xianfu had to leave, unfortunately.
Please, then go ahead, Christina. Maybe you can speak to some of the questions on means of implementation.
Sure. Maybe first just to say I found a couple of different commonalities between the different frameworks, which it might be worth articulating. I mean, I think we were all talking about action at scale, depth, and speed. That is systemic or catalytic, about addressing the root causes of vulnerability and equity considerations. and then looking at near-term and long-term limits to adaptation and really taking action to prevent reaching those limits, which again could be adaptation, could be mitigation. And so I think it's just worth maybe drawing in a little bit on those particular elements that we're talking about and how they might relate to the global goal framework. In terms of means of implementation, absolutely. I mean, we need to assess the finance that's required, the adequacy of that finance, the political will, the enabling environment, the governance systems, and the underlying information. And you know, I think I made this point in the chat, but we're still learning how to do this. And so by definition, it is messy a bit. It will get less messy, particularly if we invest more in the learning systems that I think the global goal can help provide and direct. And so I think, you know, in considering the means of implementation, we can't think about it abstractly and conceptually as maybe was presented here without really bringing in those means of implementation. Otherwise, it does just stay at a very conceptual level. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Christina, and thank you to all of our presenters who were with us today virtually. Just a huge amount of information that's very relevant to the discussions that we're going to be having in the next couple of days, and having the various examples of frameworks and approaches to transformational adaptation, I think is a very good start to this workshop. So for our online participants and for our in-person participants, I invite you to take a stretch break, a screen break, and we will try to reconvene in 15 minutes. I realize that's a tall order for you know, almost 3 hours of discussions, but we do want to come back in 15 minutes, if at all possible, to begin our next set of discussions. So thank you very much. See you shortly.
Afternoon to you all. I do hope we enjoyed our coffee. And by show of hands, can you please confirm that you can all hear me, our in-person and virtual participants. Good afternoon to you all. We're now ready to begin our second session. Do we still have the feedback there? No? Okay. And as has been mentioned by all previous speakers, just to say thank you to the Republic of Maldives for the warm and impeccable hospitality. It is a pleasure to be here today. And thank you for the wonderful session that was moderated earlier, which set the tone for our discussions. This afternoon, we will take a very particular focus on Indigenous knowledge. And we have some wonderful speakers who will share some stories with us. We'll be speaking around the Indigenous values and worldviews for transformational adaptation. And I do hope that as we begin this session, our minds will open and will be flexible to engage. I do know that this is a new concept for many of us, but that is what transformation in itself looks like. So, are we all ready? Yes, I do hope that some of us can keep smiling. I know negotiators tend to be very serious. So please do enjoy the session. So over the next 3 days, we will talk about something that we all care about, and that is the global goal on adaptation. I invite and challenge us all to think about this with a lot of color, excitement, and tons of creativity. Let's start our work with a different mindset. Let's envision ways that we can enhance adaptive capacity, strengthen resilience, and reduce vulnerability, which is anchored in time-tested values and knowledge systems. I do hope that we all embark on this journey wholeheartedly and with an open mind. I would like us to start this session with a question. What is the future for adaptation? How can the international, regional, national, subnational, and local communities adapt now without sacrificing the future? Market trends continue to go up. We are using nature in most of our economic activities, but there is a lot we have to do now to protect the future. It's worth trillions if we cut out a tree today and put it in furniture or any other activities, but then it's a lot more that we have if we do not cut it down now. How can we think differently without getting stuck in our usual way of thinking? Allow me to quote Albert Einstein, who says we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Adaptation actions rooted in and guided by best available knowledge, including the wisdom and knowledge systems of Indigenous peoples and local communities, is not a new concept. As we all know, in Glasgow, we were reiterating a decision we made in the Paris Agreement under Article 7.5, in which it was agreed, and I'm re-quoting, that we will use adaptation actions which are rooted by the best and guided by best available knowledge, including the wisdom and knowledge systems of Indigenous peoples and local communities. This is at the heart of the Paris Agreement. And now, 8 years later, we finally dedicated time to think about this. It is really exciting that we are here today. I am excited that we can tap into the knowledge, values, and wisdom of Indigenous peoples and local communities' knowledge. Let's gather around here without barriers, without titles, and I invite us all to open our hearts and our minds as we think about the radical changes we need to face the immense challenge of climate change. So we're not only thinking in the box or outside the box, let's try and think without the box. For generations, Indigenous people and local communities around the world have nurtured a profound connection with nature. They treat nature as family and see nature as one's own identity. When we talk about nature, it's not just about the trees, the water, the land. It is also about us, we, the human beings that live in nature. Indigenous people have always known that our health and happiness ultimately depends on Mother Nature's well-being. So let's tap into that knowledge and restore our place within nature and not above it. Allow me again to share with us a quote that humankind has not woven the web of life. We are but one thread within it. Whatever we do to the web, we do to ourselves. All things are bound together. All things connect. With that, I leave us with a few questions as we open our discussions. What if we see nature as life itself? Can we imagine a world where we care for nature as we do for ourselves? How about we learn from and embrace the values, the worldviews, and knowledge of the systems of Indigenous people and local communities to transform how we adapt to climate change? As we listen to the voices of Indigenous experts today and the wisdom knowledge holders, let's soak in their stories and values, cultured through generations of interaction with nature, and let's allow them to inspire our global goal and adaptation. Let them light the way for substantial, regenerative, and resilient world for everyone, including nature and future generations. I invite us to roll up our sleeves like I insisted at the beginning. Let's have an open mind, flexibility, lots of smiles, and inspiration. As this is a time for transformative adaptation, it is now. Let's adopt a new way of thinking, a shared mindset that respects and connects us with nature. And let's do it hand in hand with the wisdom, values of Indigenous people for the good of our planet and all life in it. As I close, I repeat a saying by Albert Einstein: the world as we have created it is a process of our thinking. It cannot be changed without us changing our thinking. So as we begin this process, let's open our minds, our hearts. Let's be inspired by the light and knowledge that will be shared with us. So to begin our session, I will quickly invite our sister Jenny with an invocation for us to open this session and also to light up our minds. Please do not be too phased. This is not a negotiating process. So I invite you all to open up your hearts. Thank you.
Yep.
Just to explain, this is the Waiata, the Karakia location at dawn. It's probably imposed by a Waikato Painui, really recent arrival to Aotearoa from according to Judge Joe Williams, who provided an explanation of why he thinks it's a very old campaign and why he thinks it was someone who recently traversed in one in Reakiwa from one of our neighbouring Pacific islands from which Māori had travelled to populate Aotearoa in New Zealand. And it really invokes, it's about recognising our vulnerability, but also our relationship with weather, with ocean, describes quite a few different aspects. I'll read out a translation for you. Be prepared for the westerly wind and be prepared for the southerly wind. It will be icy cold inland and icy cold on the shore. Actually, the word for the icy cold inland is the prickly sea urchin kind of cold. So that's the metaphor. And may the dawn rise red-tipped on ice. The word for that is apakura, which is a feathery dawn, which is the name of my second son, on snow and on frost. So that's just an invocation to bring us together, spiritual well-being in the face of climate.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you very, very much for that. With that, we will get right into our panel discussion. And to open, we will have a presentation that will be made by Edna. So Edna, I give you the floor.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me clearly. Yeah, first, thank you to the people of Maldives for hosting us in your lands. We honor you and appreciate your hosting. As my people say, for sure. Greetings and Soranyo to the people of Maldives. Thank you so much. I'd like to share in terms of my experience from my community. I come from an indigenous pastoral communities in Kenya. And also I've worked with my community at different levels, even though now I hold different capacity. But what I'll share resonates with some of the communities I've interacted with, practicing different livelihood or the same livelihood, speaking different language, and also coming from different contexts. But I hope the perspectives I'll share, some of our value systems also will resonate with you. I know they say it's negotiators. We interact more with at different levels, but I hope it's a warm workshop and you're able to see the perspectives I share. Amongst my people in my community, the Pokots. From the time you're born, you are connected to nature. And I've seen in some communities they'll tie the umbilical cord, but as it starts even with the naming, how you're named relates to a place, and that also goes hand in hand in how our community sees us as part of nature. We are not supposed to differentiate, and we see nature, we call it core. We don't have a word for land. And talking to our elders, they see it as a bicultural landscape. So that's a place that gives us a sense of belonging, a sense of place. And so this connection further to nature is linked to how our community also views it as a spiritual place. So it's further reinforced as well through the kinship, because I come from a lineage of traditional seers, but also my mother comes from a lineage that's attached to a particular animal and also the bees. And so when you're born, you are taught this through the generations, and you're taught to respect and how you're supposed to live in harmony with nature and coexist. And so that is ingrained at the different levels as you grow along. And so that behavior stays with you, and it's what builds us as a people. And of course, with this also, there's developed sense of cultural procedures and rules that we live by, and also the norms that define us as people. As well, in this connection, what is important as well is our traditional governance systems, which are in existence. Of course, the language, and people do not see why language is important for adaptation. Our traditional knowledge and practices, if language is not there, it will be lost. There is no English word for traditional practices for adaptation that we have. There isn't a particular language for it in English, but in our culture, you will have a particular word like core or kitty cat that has that meaning and a big meaning to it, and you can't define it in English, you know. And so language plays an important role in that, and also how we also do our annual lunar calendar, because we also have apparently 12 months lunar calendar, which also is described by nature. So you'll talk about the season of scattered clouds, the seasons where clouds gather. And so this defines also how our adaptation practice is embedded in the way we live each month and each period as we transition from the different seasons. And I'd like to also share in terms of different concepts and values that we have that also are important in how also our community practicing nomadic pastoralism, and also those who do agriculture a bit help us define it. We have a concept of obligation, and also concept of cooperation, and this is mutual cooperation. And of course, within this is embedded the value of collective well-being, so of the community, and also the sustainable management of resources, but also through generations, looking at the present and the past and the future. So how we work is also this obligation, and also cooperation moves beyond just our community. It also defines how we also treat others. So it also defines the concept of humanity to others. So how we treat others beyond us, our community, how we interact with other community. And for instance, during like disasters and how we prepare for disasters, we don't do it alone. So my community, even we are cross borders. So we're in Kenya and Uganda, but also in Uganda, we interact with other communities, and also in Kenya. And so, for instance, there's this practice of loan arrangements, or where you support another community when they have dry spells and they need support to adapt. They can use our resources, and the same is extended to us. And I've seen the same amongst the Maasai community in Kenya. They're closer to us, but also Gabra, for instance, who are also in Kenya and also extend towards Ethiopia, where they have what is called Dabari. And so this mutual cooperation goes beyond border, and it's about governance of resources. And I think the other aspect in terms of how we ensure sustainable practices, and we have really some transformative examples of locally led adaptation practice that have stood the test of time, especially how we use our traditional governance system for natural resource management through COCO for my peoples. Gabra, I know they use the DEDA system. And this is a system that looks at the integrated approach in terms of how we use land, how we manage conflicts, because resource brings a lot of conflicts and you interact with a lot of communities, and also looks at how to handle the traditional economy, how we move and manage through the seasons. When it's dry season, where are we supposed to graze? Is it the lowland? Are we supposed to go to the highland? And when to also migrate back to the lowlands? And as well looks at how also the traditional knowledge is transmitted through these different phases as people are migrating. And also it defines also the sedentarization of our villages, where we're supposed to be living at a particular season, and also where is it supposed to be permanent, I mean, in terms of family locations. And this is also done through intricate mapping. It's not static, because as traditional governance systems, they keep on revitalizing these systems. In our mapping as well, people are employing even other approaches and looking at science as well to 3D mapping to also complement this. And also looking at other elements that support this. And one aspect I think you're seeing photos is what people do not know, the importance also of traditional rituals. People see it as something for a festival, for touristic and for the pictures, but it goes beyond this. My community, we have a Sinta, which is an annual observance of our end of our annual calendar in June. And before June, a culmination starts in February, where there's a lot of rituals and ceremonies performed. And this Sintal is an observance really that looks at different things, but more importantly, it invokes the importance and respect for nature amongst the peoples, and also with the edge set ritual systems. And I think also one aspect is where we also have a call for an area to be regenerated. So there'll be a request for an area to be regenerated, but this is done through a ritual process. And nobody can access that particular area really to allow it to regenerate, whether it's a water catchment, whatever ecosystem it is, or whether it's the rangeland that we use. And so to finish off, is just to say that these practices, there are many examples, and they're still there, and they're continuing. They're vibrant. Where they're weakened, there is measures to really, people have started to revitalize and to strengthen this, and to document and to facilitate the intergenerational learning. So I want to ask you all, imagine a world where we can be able to learn from the past, and also where children are able to learn such kind of respect for nature. What would it mean for this global goal on adaptation? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Edna. Thank you. Thank you for that Thank you so much. Okay, the microphone. So thank you for sharing those amazing stories and very practical approaches to building capacity. So we're grateful for that. I want us to just move on. If we have any questions, we'll be happy to have the first panel finish their presentations, and then we'll move to the second panel. So now it is my pleasure to introduce Aminath, who will give us the second narration.
Thank you for inviting us here. Me and my colleague Yumno will try to explain some of the work that we are doing. Maldives Authentic Crafts Cooperative Society, in short, it is MACS. We have been working with the communities, and the mats that you see over there, that is one product that we have been promoting. Actually, these mats are woven in the southern part of the Maldives, and mats have been woven in the northern part as well, but then the reed or the grass that they use is different. In the north, they mostly use screw pine leaves, and in the south, a particular kind of reed is used. And the sad part is that totally in the north, they don't weave mat at all. And since we are trying to revive this in the south, and since 2012, we have been working with the communities. And as you can see, the colors that they use are only 3 colors, and the black and the sort of orangish color, that is also, the coloring is also used with the things that they get from the environment, the roots, seeds, leaves, and things with coconut water fermented. And then, the black color, as you can see, one of the mats, it is now more than 80 years old, and still the color is the same. So what we get from the environment is much way better than the chemical colors that we use, I would say. And we did apply for Jeff small grants funding, and then initially when we tried to work with these community people, we realized that the raw materials that it was also on the verge of extinct, like only 3 families were doing and 3 old people were doing. So we thought it is very important for this to be revived. So with this funding, we try to sort of even with that, there's a long process, like how they plant, how they dry. So this was all documented through this project, and some young people also did learn how to grow and dry these things. So what else to talk about this? We, from our organization, we try to promote this by making other products than mat as it is, because we thought like only very few people are doing this, and it is very expensive over here. So we thought maybe we can do something different, like making keychains and then frames. So in order to, for these people to get orders and to continue doing with what they have been doing. Yeah.
Hi. So I've just recently joined Max, and I've only heard all these stories through her, but it has been an incredibly amazing experience to live these stories through her experiences and the experience of the communities that she has worked with. Taking the example of Max, because we are talking about how much of a crisis we are in. One thing that stood out for me was that how deeply engraved our culture is with nature. As she mentioned, all the 3 colors come from natural dyes. And in addition to that, even the thread that hold the mat together comes from the bark of hibiscus. Yeah. And it is so amazing to see that at a time where the technology that we have today did not exist, people use resources available from the nature to invent these amazing creative products. And with mats, I guess, from what I've heard, there were around 70 different designs of mats, depending on the purpose and use. Each one has its own detailed design, and whether it's for praying or whether it's to give to a diplomat from us abroad, mats were part of our culture. But today, because the natural resources are slowly fading away, with it, our culture and the practices are also going slowly fading. But I think it is at a time like this that it's important to visit back and see, learn from our ancestors how they lived with nature. For them, it wasn't about exploitation, it was living with them. For them, it was not just getting the benefit from what's around them, but also at the same time putting their effort into conserving and preserving what's around so that it would last for years to come.
Thank you very, very much. It's always exciting to hear the honor and respect that we all are required and expected to have for nature. So, with that, I would like to invite Raid, one of our panelists, also to share a short presentation with us. Raid, I give you the floor.
Good day, everybody, and to all our online participants as well. My name is Raid. I am a coastal analyst working at the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Technology. So a lot of my work entails looking at our shorelines. So we are a double chain of atolls, and we have approximately 1,200 and more islands in the Maldives. So we, like as mentioned before, we are so directly linked to our natural landscapes and the natural processes that it's so integrated in our lives. So fishing, as we had heard, is the lifeblood of our nation. So from the day we're born and then growing up, it remains an integral part of our culture as well. So all these processes, and especially at an island level, during all of this development from the yesteryears to now, it has remained an integral part of our economy as well as our culture. So in addition to weaving mats and other lacquer works in the country, there has been a lot more materials as well, right? So we are culturally very diverse country. So focusing more on the fishing aspect as well as the coastal area, which I specialize in. So no amount of fishery wouldn't involve the coast at any given point in time. So naturally, juvenile fish start from the reefs and then they go out to the open ocean, and this is where we tap them. So we have one of the most sustainable methods of fisheries in the world. So line fisheries is really widely used in the Maldives, and it's the go-to method for fisheries in the Maldives as well. So going back on it, and as a developing country, a small island developing state, we are bound by the ocean. We are surrounded by the ocean. Given any point in time, you walk a few steps and you see the ocean at any point. So all these islands, please forgive me if I go a little technical. So all of our islands are made of sand, coral sand, and this is a really long process. So this directly entails all the changes that are naturally happening. So erosion comes with it. So does accretion. And then gradually as the years go by, we inhabit these islands. And as the years go, we populate the islands, and there's a growing need for facilities in the islands as well. So we go out for fishing, we come back. This can remain an artisanal part of our lives, but then as the market grows bigger, as it starts becoming more and more commercial, there's a growing demand, and then with it comes the need for better facilities. So what usually happens, not usually, but generally happens, is these islands undergo really severe and drastic changes in the forms of development. So in the earlier years, the fishing boats would dock, and then we wouldn't necessarily have a harbor then. So people would haul the boat onto the shore, and then the fishes will be processed, and they'll be distributed among the families. And this is how it used to work. But then the market grew so much bigger. So there are islands that are dedicated to fisheries, and then there are islands dedicated to agriculture as well, tourism as well. So we have islands in the Maldives focusing on these aspects in the economy as well. So with introducing all of these developments comes gradual changes to the natural scapes. So a natural island surrounded by sand, tomorrow we're going to introduce a harbor to the island. And this ultimately disrupts the natural flow of sand around the island that we call a sediment budget. And if I can explain it a little bit, it's the natural flow of sand around the island. And this is the process that creates our islands over the years. So when this process gets disrupted, the erosion cases start increasing. And then this also makes us more vulnerable to weather events, flooding, tsunamis, wave surges, storm surges, and all of these severe climatic events make us a lot more vulnerable to this. So in terms of development, it can cater to our commercial needs. However, is this properly a form of adaptation? Might not be going hand in hand, but this is why there is a growing need for the historic data. So I am also working alongside JICA and DCF on a project where we are building climate resilient safe islands in the Maldives. So this project focuses on 5 islands in the southern part of the Maldives. So we are going towards introducing nature-based solutions or nature-safe solutions to these islands. In doing so, and when the team was initially conducting their preliminary assessments, they found out that there's a severe lack of data. So they had to invest and they had to collect the data before they can send their funding proposals. So this is one of the greatest obstacles in our country. Now, we are such a diverse and dispersed island nation. There are so many islands that we have to target, and we don't necessarily have the data to back them up. So when we are tackling an island issue, when they are facing development, let's say a port construction, coastal protection measures, are we fully addressing the gradual changes to the island that has been occurring throughout the years? Necessarily, because we don't have that data. Data is available. There are many sources, but we have the technical capacity as well as with budgetary constrictions so that we cannot fully tap into this. So in terms of our policy making and decision making systems, we lack the proper knowledge to make an informed decision that is sustainable in the long run. So in doing so, we are making our islands very vulnerable to weather events. Last year itself, we've had about 63 reports just to our ministry regarding erosion and flooding events. So from a total of 189 inhabited islands, this is about 30+%. This is reporting just to us, but there are additional reports going into our National Disaster Management Authority as well as our Planning and Infrastructure Ministry as well. So we cannot account to those as well, but there's a constant flood of reports when the severe weather season comes. So June, July, we say it really frequently in the model. So June, July's monsoonal changes bring about severe flooding events. Last year, July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, we've had severe reports of flooding in the Maldives. And it's about 35 islands reported. Severe monetary losses, lost to agricultural lands, they had to be evacuated. So we are growingly getting vulnerable to climate events like this. And then we are also finding a trend where this is getting gradually more severe. So in terms of when development comes, are we fully addressing the future projections? We cannot make these future projections without the proper data, which is at our reach, but we lack the know-how to tap into this. So as a nation that's so severely dependent on the natural scapes, on nature, this is one of our greatest obstacles. Yeah, that was pretty much it from me.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you for that. I'll immediately invite one of our virtual panelists. She's making a short intervention. So Grace, I invite you to the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Natasha. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Grace Balawag. I'm representing the Indigenous Peoples constituency under the convention. And also, I am representing Indigenous peoples from Asia, specifically from the Philippines. So thanks for this opportunity to say some messages from my end virtually. And of course, thanks to the other presentations of other colleagues, as well as from the facilitative working group of the local communities and indigenous peoples platform. Maybe to just add to their voices in relation to achieving transformational adaptation through indigenous peoples' wisdom, knowledge systems, values, perspectives, and contributions, may I reiterate some of these significant considerations. One, a healthy and regenerative nature. I would say that transformational adaptation begins with recognizing that a healthy and regenerative natural world is the ideal manifestation of this adaptation. It is essential that we prioritize the restoration and maintenance of our ecosystems to create a resilient and sustainable future. Secondly, as already mentioned, there should be a change in mindset. To achieve transformational adaptation, we must shift our mindset from one of exploitation to one of symbiosis. We must learn to view ourselves as part of a complex web of life rather than as separate entities seeking to dominate and control our environment. Thirdly, a holistic approach. Addressing climate change requires us to see each other and nature without borders. Only by adopting a holistic approach that transcends political, cultural, and geographic boundaries can we effectively confront this global crisis. Fourth, common indigenous values. Despite the diversity of indigenous cultures worldwide, there are shared values that shape our way of life. These values include respecting nature as one's own mother, treating nature as a kin, and respecting nature as one. Next, the future generations. If we raise future generations with these values, we can foster a world of environmental stewards who understands their inherent right and integral role in the preservation and restoration of our planet. Next is identifying universal values. I encourage you all to consider the universal values, including indigenous values and human rights, that highlight our dependence and interconnectedness with nature. By understanding our shared responsibilities, we can create a unified front in addressing the challenges of climate change. Also, on reflecting values in decisions and policies. As we look forward to the future, let us find ways to incorporate decisions, these values and collective wisdom, and a rights-based approach in our decisions and policies. By doing so, we will create a more resilient, equitable, and sustainable world for generations to come. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share our indigenous perspectives. It is my hope that together we can embrace transformational adaptation and create a future that honors universal values and respects human rights, including indigenous values and needs of our planet. Thank you very much, and good evening from here.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you for
Thank
that
you.
inspirational statement. Finally, on our panel, we will have another intervention made by Jenny, last but not the least. So, Jenny, I invite you to take the floor.
Aotearoa, New Zealand. Is that better? Sorry. Voice. So I'm going to give you just a short case study of just one Māori value, which is highly relevant to our work. That value is kaitiakitanga. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to talk about how kaitiakitanga operates in the context of a case study of Māori and water. So from a Māori worldview, water has a mauri, it has a life force, and that means that we have to be guardians, we have to be kaitiaki this is not a very clear slide for even me to read. Can anyone read this? Anyway, through whakapapa, Māori descend from the atua, from the gods. The original ones are Papa Tuanuku, the Earth Mother, and Ranginui, the Sky Father. And all the children of the original Earth Mother and Sky Father are related. So we are cousins to all the plants and creatures and animals. So in that sense, it's a very genealogical web. People have been talking about the web. From a Māori worldview, we're all cousins, we're all related. And water is highly sacred in the Māori worldview, and it shouldn't be wasted and it shouldn't be polluted because it contains this life force, this mauri. And I'll move on because there's too much on the slide and I can't even read my own slide. So in terms of kaitiakitanga, all of the descendants of the Earth Mother and Sky Father, the original parents, were cosmologically linked. And that means that we have to care for our cousins, and that value is called kaitiakitanga. Tiaki is the word to care. The prefix kai is the person or people that do this, and tanga is the process. So kaitiakitanga is the process of being a caregiver to everybody that we're related to. And when I say everybody, I'm including insects, I'm including trees, I'm including non-living things like rivers and oceans and mountains. They're all related and they're all ancestors. The many tribes have a particular ancestral mountain or an ancestral river, and I'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. But it's an obligation, it's a spiritual obligation to be caring for these ancestors to whom we're related and descended. So in terms of future resilience, Māori values have sustained 200 years of colonisation, and we've had a long process of trying to have our treaty settlements recognised by the government, and some of the reports of that treaty settlement process have acknowledged that the Crown, the government, should have enabled Māori to sustain their role as kaitiaki, their process of kaitiakitanga. That was something that should have been allowed in the treaty that allowed for British settlement. And so, for example, somebody said in one of the reports about a treaty grievance that this tribe had inherited a pristine reef, and we have an obligation to pass that same pristine reef onto our children and our children's children and beyond. And this image, which you can barely see, is we had a boat, a large a container ship that came onto a reef near one of our beaches, and all the oil out of this large container ship contaminated really badly our foreshore, and it was just a very scary situation that you can see people had to go and hazard suits and clean for many months just because one captain didn't pay attention and grounded his ship on a reef. So that makes it very difficult for people to exercise kaitiakitanga when these kinds of hazards can occur at any time without proper regulation. So in education, kaitiakitanga is now recognised as part of our curriculum. We also have a lot of legislation which obliges the government to consult with Māori about how Māori can sustain their role as kaitiaki, as caretakers. And in business, this Māori philosophy of kaitiakitanga is a bridge that can help ease the tension between productivity and sustainability, which we've sort of alluded to without really naming the problem of unsustainability in a lot of our economic systems today. So next, please. Oh, that's all. But my questions for you are really, if we're going to be serious about following the IPCC's commitment to recognising the value of Indigenous knowledges, which I think is outstanding and long awaited, how can we do that without appropriating Indigenous values, in my case, Māori values? And how can we do that with actual proper consultation and co-governance in the decision making? Those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Thank you for that, and for leaving us with the questions which we all have to address our minds to. So that was our first. We will be moving to our second panel. Yes, can we please give them a round of applause as they take their seats back at the table? We have another set of panelists that will be coming, and we'll invite for questions right after the second panel is done so that we can take our time to reflect on some of the questions that were asked, some of this discussions, the practices that were shared. Just a reminder about the collective effort we all have as we contribute to a more resilient and sustainable global narrative. And so, without wasting much time, I'll invite our representative from Ecuador, if you may please take your seat. And thank you very much. And then we'll have a representative from Australia. Thank you. The distinguished representative of the Maldives, our distinguished minister. And a representative from Canada. I will, yes. So thank you very much. I will be joining the panel right now as we get into this discussion.
Fiji. Just before we get into the questions, I will invite our panelists to briefly introduce themselves. I know many of us know each other, but just for the sake of us all understanding the discussion and the context we're taking. So I'll start from my far left.
Hi, my name is Hi. My name is Haja. I'm the State Minister for Maldives.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Luke Miller. I'm the adaptation negotiator for Australia.
I'm Nicolas Zambrano. I work for the Ministry for Environment, Water and Ecological Transition in Ecuador. Thank you.
I'm Sivendra Michael. I'm from the islands of Fiji, and I represent the Fiji government delegation.
Thank you.
Everyone, my name is Morgan Whalen. I work for Environment and Climate Change Canada, and I'm the Canadian negotiator for adaptation.
Thank you very much. So as we begin our session, I would just like to invite us to address a few questions, which I'd like us all to think about, and maybe if we can have the perspective from a party view. Well, how do we apply indigenous wisdom, knowledge, and value systems in our countries? Do we have some example? There was a question earlier about us speaking around the transformational adaptation. And do we have any practical examples from your countries where we've got some real policy decisions, documents, activities that are centered around indigenous knowledge and values? I would like to open it up to all the panelists. If you have any, if you don't, we'd just like to hear from you some practical examples that we can share here for purposes of us documenting these practices. So I open the floor in any particular order.
Maybe I can start. Bulavinaka and good morning or good afternoon, everyone. First, just to acknowledge as well my totem, my shark, the province I'm from, the Kondrove, my flower, Tangimodia, and I'm a proud son of a half indigenous father and a migrant mother. So I guess to start just with the question on how indigenous people's wisdom, values, and knowledge were applied in our country, and give you very specific examples. I think we need to acknowledge that different things to different groups of indigenous people, it means different things to different groups of indigenous people, and it is not clear what exactly needs to be transformed and why, and whose interest this transformation serve, and what will be the consequences. So these were the grounding question that the Fiji government always asked. When we talk about transformational adaptation, from our perspective, it's a strategy or approach that aims to reduce the root causes of vulnerability. But it really means different things to different groups of indigenous people. Like for Fiji, we have multiple groups of indigenous people that serve the country as well. So I guess in terms of example from a policy front, Fiji was the first country in the world actually to come up with a relocation guideline. So as you know that for our country, small island states, or what I like to say is large ocean states that depend so much on ocean for livelihoods, it's no more about what our IPCC colleagues said is about building a seawall. It no longer works for us. Okay, so it's about moving communities and adapting or changing land use regulations now than later. Currently, 600 communities in Fiji have been identified to relocate. 42 are in the process of relocation and 7 have been successfully relocated. So in 2018, we came up with the relocation guideline, the first country in the world to do that. And this was actually consistent with the 1998 guiding principles on internal displacement. We are currently in the process of developing a standard operating procedure for the planned relocation. And when I was having this conversation before coming to this meeting with my minister, he just echoed something which I wrote quickly in my handbook. Is he said to me, Michael, you need to remind all the negotiators in the room that it's not only about pulling out 50, 60 households from a village and moving them to safe spaces. I wish it was that simple, because it's about relocating our burial grounds, even our spiritual ancestral means, infrastructure, to make sure that the needs of our people are met. So in terms of where the traditional values lie in this process, 80% of land in Fiji is traditionally owned. So it recognizes traditional ownership of land, and it also recognizes the traditional views of or values of permission. So in order for these communities to be relocated, we need permission to move the people from one place to another. However, what it is missing right now is how do we retain the communal identity, the belief, the culture, the non-tangible values that is there, right? So going from the national perspective, we have actually now for Pacific, not including Australia and New Zealand, we have actually developed a Pacific regional framework on climate mobility. So again, the first of its kind, it's again to guide the government in addressing specific legal, policy, practical issues that arise particularly in respect to climate mobility, displacement, migration, and evacuation for us. So that's in the policy front. On the other area where we have really drawn on indigenous people, and I will not joke about this, I will, what we have done right now in Fiji is like we have actually drawn on traditional conservation values and practices. So we have this practice of tambu, which is where we have management practices on environmental and fishing grounds, which areas which you cannot access. So what we have done now is we've legislated that. And when it's spawning season, even fishing vessels from other countries are not allowed to come in. So these are things that the government has taken on board by embracing what the culture and tradition brings into the spaces and then recognizing that and drawing on that. And similarly, I can go on and on about disaster preparedness, but as you know that Pacific people are constantly labeled by the neoliberal term of resilient. I'm sorry to say that, but just 2 weeks ago, we have had 2 back-to-back cyclones and a tsunami, which had a 17-meter wave. And you can see that compared to many other parts of the world that experienced that, we only had 4 deaths from a 17-meter tsunami wave and 11 deaths from 2 back-to-back cyclones. So the people in that practice, they know what to do. So the government, at the end of the day, really relies on the traditional values and principle. It's not documented in pen and paper in black and white on how the DRM policy should be drafted. People know, and the government knows that they will extensively rely on the cultural and the traditional values for people to recover from one disaster to another. Because for us now, it's a matter of back to back. We don't come out of the cycle of recovery. As soon as we finish from one cyclone, the other one hits, or a tsunami hits, or another earthquake hits. So this is the reality, and it's no more about building seawalls.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you very much. Very useful practices, policies, guidelines. Yes, I'll hand over the floor to our colleague from Ecuador, Hassan.
Okay, thank you very much. Is it working? Yes. Well, I will start with telling what happened in Ecuador. It was a long, it could be said a long fight of worldviews between the Western view and the indigenous people's views. Along a decade, it could be said, but it has lasted for decades, but it was a key decade from 1988 to 2008, where indigenous peoples and other movements, civil society movements in the country produce a constitution where for the first time in the world, nature is recognized as a subject, to be subject of having rights. So this worldview is called the Sumac Kausai. It's a couple of words that come from the Quichua, that is a language of indigenous peoples in Ecuador and in the Andes. So the Sumac Kausai strives for the well-being of all the people. So this worldview is like operationalized through the rights of nature, and not only the humans are subject of those rights, but nature as well. So in doing so, this constitution challenges the Western view of the positivism of the law and sets a new set of jurisprudence where different laws and policy come along, giving rights to the nature. So in doing so, the Pachamama, that is other couple of terms from the Quechua or Mother Earth, um, comes and say, okay, all not only indigenous peoples but the whole population in Ecuador are going to work to towards the well-being of everyone, including the nature. So, how this is related to the worldview of Ecuadorians? It's intrinsic on how we produce our livelihoods, the industries, the laws, the policies, and in doing so, for instance, there have been, since this is the first constitution of the world working on the rights of the nature, it has been a slow process, but new and uh, demanding process from the people that make jurisprudence in Ecuador, where, for instance, if an environmental problem or impact from the mangroves, for instance, comes into place and the Ministry of Environment want to protect that mangrove, the national court passed laws in favor of the mangrove and limits the impacts of that. For instance, producing these shrimps, for instance, that change the land use of the mangroves into a productive site shrimps. So in that case, there are several examples from how this overall constitution has become operationalized through different instances and the national court making and producing the rights of nature from a biocentric perspective, challenging the anthropocentric perspective of the positivism that normally is where the laws come from and other rationale of this. So, in terms of including the worldviews of this worldview on the adaptation side, what we have been doing is when we develop projects, adaptation projects, when we make the consultation to the indigenous communities, we include their best practices, for example, to see the weather, the water from the mountains, from the arid regions, because they have practices to see the water or to have these leaves or dams that are artisan, but it produces a way to capture water and to try to maintain the water cycle in different communities. So we reproduce, there are called albarradas or pilancones, those are words from the Quichua in some communities in Ecuador, and these are adaptation measures that we include in our projects. So in that sense, we trust in the indigenous people's knowledge in order to make adaptation and try to work for sustainable development as well for the indigenous people. So that is what is the experience of Ecuador in this. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very, very much. Before we proceed, I just want to mention when we were making the call earlier for our panelists, I did call upon the distinguished minister. Please accept my apologies. I do know that we have a representative, Saeed, who will be giving us the practical examples from the Maldives. So I would like to put it on record. So thank you very much. So Saeed has just joined our panel, and thank you very much for the insights that have been provided just now. I'd like to proceed with the question around the indigenous practices that we are applying at our national level. But it's also interesting to talk about and think around how the global community is interacting with these indigenous values. So how do we inform and guide the conceptualization of the global goal and adaptation at national level? As you give your examples, we'll be happy to hear from your point of view how that's currently being applied. So I'll hand the floor to Luke. Yeah.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. One way that Australia is incorporating Indigenous knowledge in the fight against climate change is through traditional, or the reintroduction of traditional fire management methods under the International Savannah Fire Management Initiative, which is funded by the Australian government and the Green Climate Fund. It's a really interesting initiative and connects with different parts of the world. So it starts to speak to that global aspect you were referencing. I weighed up presenting the information to you verbally over 3 or 4 minutes, and I probably wouldn't do a great job. So I'm going to instead rely on a video, which will do a much better job, and then come back to you to very quickly discuss how it's connecting globally and what that looks like. I'm sorry, you might have to move out of the way for a second, but enjoy the video. The YouTube video, we might be having some download issues and some Wi-Fi connection issues, and there should be some accompanying audio. We're going to restart it. All right, take 2.
Before the colonization appeared, people were practicing, were leading fires. This has been happening for thousands of years, and this knowledge and this practice still exist. Cultural burning begins with when to burn and how to burn.
So I'm gonna light them up this area during like this time, Walir, which is August, September. We have to be careful because this red flower indicate fire will be really, really hot during midday. Make this burn and then bring him back and then get him fire from here. We believe that every year country has to burn. That's our law. Fire understand us and we understand this fire.
So the important thing in regards to cultural burning and the rules is that this is sacred. The canopy is sacred. You can't burn the canopy. We're only here to burn the grass. And there's areas in country that we don't burn and to allow for those animals to go.
I started playing with fire when I was 5. Well, my grandfather, my father, I was watching them and they were doing it safety for myself, for them, also for protecting some tree that have fruit. I know my country. I know all the plants, what I'm flowering, what I'm telling me. I know all the wind direction. When I grow up, I started to hear a big word like for hunting word and ceremony language. Fire, it can be just like handling reptile, like a giant snake. We're playing too much with tail part. This snake will come back and kill us. We gotta be master, knowing how him behave, creeping slowly. That sun him go up, fire him speed up, wind him speed up, and then as soon as him afternoon that fire him slow down. There's still plenty of grass there. Slowly him crawl and then him sleep. Him go out and then start off in the morning. This is like a cool fire. The normal soil still there. Him didn't burn through. Him still green. Long time ago, we had big mob old people living this area. If we manage fire B way or Yulmo way, we are doing right thing, cleansing all the spirit for our family to return and do hunting and gathering. Like new generation now, the knowledge nearly lost, and our elders they wanted to bring back this fire management through doing good partner with scientists and government.
Across the globe, fire is a big issue when it comes to climate change. There has always been fire in this system and it will burn at some stage. From a science background, in terms of hot destructive fires are not good. The smart thing to do is to manage the landscape as it was once managed before and actually try to control the fire and implement a program that is beneficial for you, the wildlife, and everything.
In Australia, Indigenous people have set up carbon farming projects.
So slowly through our partners, working with scientists and getting all the ranger group to earn money from this carbon program that we want to bring back our tradition and keep sharing with other indigenous people.
Carbon farming means managing vegetation to increase carbon storage. Through their deep knowledge and understanding of land management, Aboriginal people use
one of the first memorable ones to Botswana, and the traditional fire management methods are like extraordinary because the Australia with thousands of years government institutionalized practices and traditional methods that advocating for caring were met with that's exactly from the traditional one and moment, and even down to some of the tools that they will use during it. There was this amazing recognition that across a large ocean, it never have mentioned sort of changed ideas and approaches. There was this personality of sort of a traditional approach to fire management, and it speaks to this, and it's been discussed at length here already, this approach to working with nature rather than fighting it or exploiting it, understanding it, complementing it, managing it, that gets the best out of nature and also helps nature. So that was really quite impactful when I learned about that, and I hope it sort of speaks to the way we can sort of invite, institutionalize, and share Indigenous across.
That's really amazing. And considering the fact that many of the presenters earlier and now have just spoken about the common values that are shared around nature and Indigenous knowledge. And it's nice to know that we're talking around ways that we can document it, institutionalize it, because at the end of the day, the collective effort could arise from anywhere. Like you said, you crossed oceans, then you found a similar practice. Why not then have it for our efforts in this transformational adaptation? So thank you for that. I will hand the floor to Morgan now, just as she helps us reflect on the question, and finally we'll hand over to Saeed.
Thank you very much. And unfortunately, I don't have anything as flash as a video like Luke, so my apologies. But I'm going to share
20 seconds. 20 seconds, I think.
Share a little bit about how the government of Canada has engaged with Indigenous people in the development of our first national adaptation strategy. So from the outset of the development of the strategy, it was a priority for the government of Canada to engage with First Nations, Inuit, and the Métis Nation. And this is because the government's view is that it's critical to do this to achieve transformational change. It's critical to include Indigenous leadership and knowledge in climate action. So input from Indigenous peoples informed key elements of the National Adaptation Strategy, including its goals, objectives, milestones, and the monitoring and evaluation framework. In terms of the process for this engagement, national Indigenous organizations engaged in multi-partner and stakeholder meetings and working groups, as well as bilateral engagement with the Government of Canada. And representatives from national Indigenous organizations also sat in all 5 of the advisory tables, which informed the development of the national strategy. And then to go to how it was reflected in the final strategy, the strategy itself is underpinned by a set of guiding principles, acknowledging that how we reach our adaptation goals is just as important as what we aim to achieve. And these guiding principles will direct decisions and investments to help ensure we're creating solutions that are fair, equitable, inclusive, and uphold Indigenous rights. So alongside the National Adaptation Strategy, there's a Government of Canada Adaptation Action Plan. And this profiles a mix of new and existing federal actions which support adaptation for Indigenous communities, among other groups in the country. So the Government of Canada supports adaptation actions in Indigenous communities through, for example, there's something called the Indigenous Climate Leadership Agenda, which is intended to identify a path forward for self-determined adaptation action that addresses Indigenous people's climate priorities. So overall, throughout the process of the national strategy, there was sustained and consistent engagement with Indigenous peoples, and an emphasis on reflecting the input of Indigenous peoples throughout the national adaptation strategy. So it's present throughout all elements of the strategy. And if I could draw on a couple of key takeaways that we might be able to apply for the GGA when we're talking about developing a framework. Some of the sort of overall key messages from our national strategy is that self-determination in adaptation action is critical for successful adaptation. And this can be enabled by partnership approaches that actively focus on building capacity in Indigenous communities. There's also a significant need to address sources and structural determinants of inequality and resilience. So trying to address the question of why does climate change have disproportionate impacts on Indigenous communities? And we also need to adjust our decision-making systems so that we appropriately consider needs, priorities, and jurisdictions of Indigenous peoples. And all these elements need to be at the forefront of decision-making. So when we're thinking about our process, our GGA process, I would say it's critical to have consistent participation of Indigenous peoples throughout the workshops and throughout developing all facets of the framework, allowing time and space for new ideas to be put forward and putting those throughout the framework. And that all parts of the framework at the end should be informed by Indigenous perspectives. So more meaningfully than having the word Indigenous somewhere in the framework. And in order to actually undertake this consultation appropriately, we need to have adequate time to do this consultation. So, you know, the sooner we can start talking about concepts and putting things on paper, the more meaningful engagement we can have with Indigenous peoples and Indigenous communities. So I'll leave it there, but if anyone would like more information on how the Government of Canada actually undertook this engagement process, I'd be more than happy to share more information.
Thank you. Finally, thank you very much for that, Morgan. I will not say much because those takeaways were exceptional. I think they'll inform our discussion right after this. So, Saeed?
Thank you. I'll be highlighting from the perspective of water security. Since we are a nation with a small islands, we have very small aquifer in each island, and these are challenged every day, both through climate changes and also population development programs. So we were very fortunate to have a lot of support from different funds, and I worked in a GCF project where we are adapting rainwater harvesting for 25 islands to make the community more resilient to the climate change. And in doing these projects, we consult the communities to ensure that the practices they have, since they in Maldives normally rainwater is chosen for drinking. So we make sure that the continuity of this tradition is sustained, and in our technologies, we try to make sure that the individual households in each island also contributes to this water security in the islands. Apart from the rainwater harvesting, we also, through our GCF project, focus on making sure that the groundwater that we have, though it is contaminated, we want to restore the rainwater aquifers, groundwater aquifers. And the study that we have done in 37 islands detail out that there is a lot of challenges to make sure that it's not only the government that can work out to recharge the groundwater, it's also the individuals. And we during the consultations with the communities, we found out that they have been practicing a lot of methods, including doing the recharge of excess rainwater in their own individual household as well. So these are the lessons that we learn from the communities that are practicing groundwater recharges. We were able to contribute in developing the regulation for groundwater usage, and also to ensure that there is a contribution from the community institutes as well as the individual households towards ensuring the water security of the country. We are very fortunate to have the policies of government to include all the individual households to get a water connection, water access to the safe water, which is really the way forward for us to ensure that the groundwater usage is minimized, and we have less pressure on the groundwater to make sure that we have enough time to restore the groundwater. Apart from that, we also focus on passing the knowledge and engaging the community to know the science behind water security, so that it can be the works of the future generations as well. So there is
I know we are heading towards the end of the day, so I'll ask us to give a round of applause to our panelists. And if any of us still need some coffee, please go ahead. It's really great to hear of all the amazing examples and practices. And I think our colleague from Fiji has one more short intervention to make before we open the floor.
I think just in terms of how these discussions that we are having can be reflected in why we are here today. I think just to ground us on that discussion. I think from the morning, and as Jenny had just mentioned before this, the two ending questions that are really critical for us to think of when it comes to indigenous values, knowledge, and elements within the GGA. And I think where we left off last year in terms of discussing the dimensions, the sectors, the thematic, however we want to put it, let's not go into the specifics, the methodologies and indicators. I think one thing that from hearing from all of us here in the panel that is quite clear is that the methodologies and indicators that we will agree to or disagree to in this process should have a conscious viewpoint of where the indigenous values, knowledge, and how that can be applied. And when we do that, I think something that we need to start asking us our question, and I think Miriam and I was discussing this last year at COP27, we were talking about the practicality, because when we're talking about global goal on adaptation, small seeds and developing countries cannot have reporting mechanisms and systems and structural and institutional arrangements that other developed countries can have. So we need to have that form of understanding and flexibility, while at the same time, we also need to ensure that we are not using indigenous values and knowledge, and we're just, in a non-meaningful way, right? We're just putting it as one of, I feel that everybody understands what I'm saying. So I don't have to elaborate on that. And so I guess the starting point here is to really assess that conversation that we've been having and how we can, as negotiators, because remember, very few negotiators in the room are persons of indigenous background. So we need to do justice to that process.
Thank you very, very much. And that's a good opening. We've heard so many examples of policies and practices. And just to summarize briefly, we heard from Ecuador about the constitutional rights given to nature. That's profound. And the application of indigenous knowledge and wisdom in fire management for Australia. That was also useful. The recognition of indigenous knowledge in Fiji, the various examples you had given, the Maldives water management system, also very inspiring. And finally, I was intrigued by what Canada raised about how we can tie all this into the framing of the global goal, the consistent participation of IPs, the consultation, and the structural determinants. So very, very useful discussions. We also heard some amazing stories from our panelists earlier from panel 1. And now I'd like to open the floor to our in-person and virtual participants for us to reflect around the questions, the discussions. So if you have any questions, interventions to make, the floor is open.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. My name is Aisha Niaz. I'm from the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, which represents 192 national societies, of which the Maldivian Red Crescent is one of the national societies, and I am the first vice president of the Maldivian Red Crescent. I just wanted to reflect on the two panel discussions, particularly traditional knowledge and indigenous knowledge. Fiji, Michael, your story resonated very closely to my heart, and I was a bit emotional as well. I was fortunate, I must say, to visit the first village that was planned to be relocated while I was doing my postgraduate studies. So yeah, very close to my heart. The IFRC advocates for locally led adaptation. And I just wanted to reflect upon the earlier IPCC panelists' intervention as well, or the presentation by the IPCC, where one thing resonated very well. Transformation doesn't necessarily have to be positive. And I was thinking to myself, yes, transformational change has been negative from my personal observations within the Maldives as well. We have seen, in my lifetime, I have seen rapid transformational change that has been unsustainable and has been leading to what IPCC refers to as maladaptation, which has unfortunately increased or has been increasing our vulnerability to the hazards posed by the climate crisis. Having said that, I would like to touch upon the interventions by Saeed from the water security aspect that was shared, but give another perspective in terms of, again, the importance of meaningful community engagement, the importance of how important it is to ensure that that's meaningful community engagement so that the communities are empowered to take action that really builds their climate resilience. So one island that I have been closely working with is Noon Atoll Kudafari. After the Maldives Parliament declared the climate emergency in 2020, and after the Climate Emergency Act was ratified in May 2021, the Kudafari Council acknowledged the climate emergency in August of 2021 and pledged to become 100% carbon neutral, pledged to go to 100% renewable energy by 2024. In addition to that, they have, as IPCC's recent sixth assessment cycle has been encouraging, adaptation and mitigation needs to go hand in hand. So in terms of mitigation, where 100% renewable energy needs to happen, They have been working towards adaptation as well in terms of revising and adopting their land use plan to incorporate the climate resiliency aspects. So the water security elements that were highlighted by Saeed, this community has made sure that it is incorporated in their land use plan. Another dimension, because another word or aspect that has been coined in this discussion is the whole system approach. And I would like to say that social cohesion is a key element of building climate resilience. And this community I have seen working towards building social cohesion in various ways. One fantastic way is like one simple thing that the council has been doing is incentivizing the school children to get bicycles, interest-free loans, so that it is like creating that enabling environment to move towards bicycles and walkability rather than going for motorized vehicles, which most of the islands are moving towards. So I just wanted to highlight those elements and success stories, which or the unsung heroes in these platforms, and the importance of again locally led adaptation. And I am very grateful for the IFRC for leading by example. For example, instead of representatives from Geneva coming here, they have given me the opportunity to represent this fifth workshop happening here in the Maldives. So thank you for the
Thank you.
IFRC team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aisha. Thank you for your useful question, intervention, contributions. I'll sure. I'll allow the floor for 3 interventions before we can get responses. So we have Alvin from UNEP online who will make an intervention. Then I see a hand up from Kultum. So we'll follow it in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair, for the input again. And as I was listening to the conversations in the panel, many of the experiences, of course, resonates quite closely coming from the Pacific. Here at UNEP, we've been looking very closely at our adaptation portfolio in terms of how we can bring so many diverse views, practices, in our portfolio. And it does appear that Indigenous knowledge, culture, and practices it is a very core dimension of the global goals. And as I recall from the decision last year, the themes, cross-cutting considerations and dimensions give a very, a core prominence to somewhat the means of what we would want to call the means of implementation, perhaps. I also heard Tristan this morning talk about the role of Indigenous people and particularly the centrality of Indigenous people in biodiversity conservation, and the stories and practices that were talked about. It shows that Indigenous people are such a core part of protected areas. Now, they also, these protected areas also, at least if we look at the protected areas alone, 1/5 of the total carbon is sequestered by tropical and subtropical forests that are part of these protected areas. So for us, naturally, how do we capture this in the goals and targets of the global goal? And I feel that almost apart from the goals, targets, and indicators informed by science, traditional knowledge, and knowledge of Indigenous people, it would benefit from a means of implementation. So in our portfolio, we've recently published a human rights-based approach to ecosystem-based adaptation, and just want to share, 2 of the lessons we've learned. One of the things is that adaptation knowledge co-production, valuing the culture, the local and Indigenous knowledge is quite important. So, for example, in the Pacific GCF Early Warning Systems program, we mapped out the use of local information in early warning systems. We use a very participatory approach to develop user-friendly, gender-responsive climate services. At the community level, what we are finding is that traditional systems of exchange, warning, management of natural resources is complementing many of the practices like food preservation. Another lesson that we are learning is around how do we bring these different belief systems and particular vulnerabilities and knowledge practices. And one thing we are doing is we are investing quite heavily in disaggregated climate vulnerability assessments. And this really helps to identify very multiple hidden and intersecting vulnerabilities of different groups. In terms of thinking about means of implementation, maybe it would be good to think about ways to actually strengthen environmental and social safeguards and redress mechanisms, noting that UNFCCC does have some redress mechanisms, but within the architecture of the framework, how can we give this a huge prominence? I will share in the link our assessment and our publication on human rights-based approach, but for now, thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Alvin. Thank you for your intervention. Kulthum?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. As I'm taking the floor for the first time, let me just also thank the government of Maldives for hosting us in this beautiful place. And coming from a landlocked country myself, I'm really looking forward to eating more tuna. Really enjoying it. Mine is really a question, and thank you to the presenters that presented on this important topic. Mine is really a question, and anybody can answer this. By the way, yeah, as I said, I'm speaking as Botswana, so this is in that capacity. I'm interested to find out what the difference is between indigenous people and indigenous knowledge and local knowledge, because I see that these two have been used interchangeably, whereas we've been seeing some of the examples that some of the local and indigenous knowledge was not necessarily from indigenous peoples, and there's been the use of the terminology quite interchangeably. So I just wanted to understand from those that have been working in this area what those differences are, and if we need to make a clear distinction between these two. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kulthum. That's a very useful question. So I will allow for responses from any of our panelists. We had an initial intervention from Aisha, then we had Alvin and Kulthum. You can respond to any of them and in any order. So, okay, you want to respond to the last, because the distinction between indigenous people and indigenous knowledge. Thank you.
I'm also looking at Jenny so that you can add on to this. I think there is a clear distinction between indigenous people and knowledge and local knowledge. So, and of course, it's interpretive in context. So for us, example, indigenous knowledge would be those that knowledge that is coming up from people that occupy indigenous identity. Not everyone in our country is indigenous, so there is large levels of migration and influx of settlers from outer islands. And then there are generations and generations of these settlers that become locals, that have the nationality of Fijian, but are not. Even our passport will define you as, like, for example, for me, it's Fijian of other descent because of my parents. My dad is indigenous, my mom is not. So you have that. And then you have Fijians of Indian descent, Fijians of European descent, and so forth. So local knowledge for us would be those that are coming from fourth generation, fifth generation into the process, like Pakia, if I'm correct. And then indigenous knowledge would be like Maori and Pacifica, people of that descent. And of course, there's also differences in the way they do things. So for example, for disaster specific, if you want me to give you an example, there's difference in how indigenous people manage or respond to disasters and how local people manage and respond to disasters. Very different. So identity-wise, they're different, and knowledge-based wise, they are different. Values-wise, they are somewhat share similar values because it's generational. But of course, Jenny, do you want to add on?
Yes, please go ahead.
A point that Edna made earlier is that Indigenous knowledges are embedded in Indigenous languages, but unfortunately, due to colonisation in Aotearoa, many Māori have not been raised speaking, even several generations of families speaking their own languages. However, if they have genealogical ties to ancestors who are Māori, they're still Māori, but there are various degrees to which Māori have access to their language and their knowledge, which is something that we're working very hard to correct that. Yes, I think those are very good clarifications between ethnicities, nationalities, and linguistic access.
Thank you for that, Jenny. I'll allow Edna to give a short response also for the last question, where we're distinguishing based on Kultum's question. How do we refine the discussion around Indigenous knowledge, Indigenous people? What are we referring to? Is there any confusion we have because we're using them interchangeably? So do we have any clarity on the specifics around the meanings and how we apply them?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think in terms of traditional knowledge, this is really a broader category. So it includes local knowledge for local communities and also indigenous knowledge in itself. And I think that's simple. Sometimes you'd get cases where they talk about traditional ecological knowledge, so specifically targeting that. But then different communities hold knowledge differently, and then there are those which are collectively owned and mostly for indigenous peoples. And so the definition of indigenous knowledge, and that's why I think within the knowledge platform, there's a recognition of traditional knowledge because this is a broad category of knowledge that covers either for local communities or also for indigenous people's knowledge as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Did we have any other responses to any of the Alvin and Aisha made interventions, so whether or not we have responses, thank you very much. So we have thank you. I see a hand up from Morgan. Is that right? Thank you. And then we also have an online participant with a question, and that is Kathy from the Marshall Islands. But please allow me to give the floor to our in-person participant, and then we'll call on Kathy. Morgan, over to you.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all the presenters. I have one question for the first set of presenters and one more to this one. My first question, which I think is a bit linked to what you were asking at the end, Michael, and I feel that working on the GGA, sometimes we struggle a little bit in linking the different levels, like from the local level to national and global, and how all of these interact together. I think with Edna, you mentioned locally led adaptation and practices related to sustainable resource management. And we heard then from everyone else, I believe, about the values and or cultures linked to natural resources. So I do wonder whether you have specific expectations linking some of these practices to some of the work that we are doing on the global goal and adaptation, and things that you would expect or hope to see and that we could take away here. And that's for the first part. And the second one, I really thought, Michael, your example on what happened, the tsunami and cyclones, was very powerful. And it showcased well the tension between what people know and do, but also what we don't necessarily know about what they know and do, if that makes sense. So this is why I wonder how can the work that we do, again, going back to the GGA and the framework and any kind of framework, build on this knowledge, linking also to what Luke, you were saying, the experience and in Ecuador, like how do you see the value of this knowledge being integrated at the national level and the policies and how and or the global level in some kind of knowledge platform or things that this framework and could help to do? I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Yes. I'll hand over the floor to Kathy, who is also a member of the facilitative working group. Kathy, you can ask your question.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Natasha. Yabayali from the Marshall Islands. I'm just, actually, it wasn't really a question, it was an intervention. I hope that's okay. I was just wanting to just share some of the reflections from the Marshall Islands. In terms of, what's been shared already, and I really appreciate what's been shared by the panelists. And I think for us, I've been thinking through how this applies, how we incorporate Indigenous knowledge into our work. And I think the best example is through our National Adaptation Plan, where we're doing deep community engagement to develop our National Adaptation Plan. And we are also incorporating something called the Remalak framework, which is a framework for conservation in which community members from different islands actually develop their own conservation plan. Remalak means to look forward to the future. And so I think these are just some. I think when I'm thinking about the question that was just asked previously, I do think there's an opportunity to use national adaptation plans to incorporate Indigenous perspectives more thoroughly, and especially transformational approaches. So, um, yeah, so I was saying I think there is an opportunity to use national adaptation plans to do so. For RMI, a transformative adaptation is really essential because of some of the characteristics of RMI, which is basically that we are a really low-lying atoll state. And so I found what Savendra was sharing about the relocation guidelines to be particular as something that we could be incorporating. And then finally, just wanted to say that I think that, I hope and recommend that the GGA framework will include and consider transformative approaches, and that maybe there's more. I would recommend also, of course, incorporating Indigenous people into the NAPs as a form of ensuring Indigenous representation and knowledges. For us, we have a pretty robust section on land tenure, on how we process land tenure and how it incorporates how it's going to be impacted by adaptation. And we also have a pretty comprehensive section discussing our Indigenous culture pre-colonization, just to show how it's changed throughout time, and how different forms of livelihoods are being impacted now by climate change, which includes Indigenous practices such as weaving and fishing. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you very much. You raised very useful points and questions. I'll allow for the third intervention, and then we'll have responses, and I'll open the floor again for a set of three. So please, you can take the floor. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. My name is Zita Sebesvári. I am from United Nations University. Many thanks for the invitation to ask a question. And I would like actually to come back to a question Jenny raised at the very end of her contribution. So she asked how we can actually build upon this indigenous knowledge without appropriation. And I think that's a very important question, especially in the context of the GGA, because we are dealing here with different scales. And I think as long as we are building on indigenous knowledge locally, that's kind of clear. But then with all the next scales, it becomes more difficult. And I would like to ask if anyone has views on this to share. And thank you, Jenny, for asking this very important question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll allow a panelist to respond to the three questions.
I'll go with you, Morgan, because I think that question, and then I'll probably contextualize it. So just echoing what Kathy has said from Marshall Islands, I think and this is just from just thinking at a national, maybe you can help me link it to the local. How do we see the value of traditional knowledge or being integrated within like the different levels? I guess for most Pacific Island countries, at least with the NAP process that Kathy has just explained, it's so fundamental because right now we are only accessing 1% of the global climate funds, and of which 0.0 of the 1%, 0.04% only goes to traditional communities. So for adaptation project. So for if you look at from a justice point of view, that's kind of unjust that they are the ones that are least contributing to the problem. And when they are coming up with solutions, they are least able to access these funds. So one of the values that I see is through the incorporation of the ways in which traditional knowledge and values are prioritized within the national process, then there is a case to build when we are doing these applications internationally to grantors or donor partners or development partners, that this is also in our NAP and we recognize this. So, you need to channel funds so that we can prioritize these initiatives. So I guess if we reframe that from the lens of a global adaptation, what we are here to do, then we ask these hard questions like which levels where we can truly reflect this, whether it's like I guess whether more emphasis of traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge should be at the national level, which is within the national adaptation process, and then when we bring it up a level to the global, where does it fit within the question? But one, that is the value. The second value of this I see in the process is that, so for example, as I explained to you about the policy lens, so having indigenous scholars and indigenous people being part of the steering committee, being part of the formulation of the process, really helped us, guide and explain to the outer world or other countries that are trying to adopt the same principles on the mechanisms of formulation and design, and then with its implementation phase, their views are already in it. So it helps us really champion it more meaningfully. And then there's this level of ownership which my colleague here had spoken about, that there's a self-determination process as well. So I guess one way or another, we are echoing each other's sentiments, but that I just wanted to respond at that level.
Thank you very much. And Luke?
Yeah, you just quickly. Right. Yeah, fully support the role that NAPs play. I think that's vital. And just to sort of come back to Morgane's question and what else can we do beyond the national process to institute this more globally? I guess we've got to make a framework that provides a space in the framework of the matrix, whatever you want to call it, that we can input that sort of information on what we've done at the national level to do that. So for Australia, for example, we would love to see a framework where it's very clear, where we can put information on how many ministerial roundtables we did with Indigenous elders, how many Indigenous community groups were consulted in the development of the risk assessment or the National Adaptation Plan, to actually put that information in there, so whatever analysis comes out of the framework can say, in Australia and perhaps beyond, there is a trend towards greater incorporation of Indigenous knowledge as evidenced by, and you can have some statistics there. But I think what we can do here in developing the framework is make sure there is that room within the framework that information should be captured. Otherwise, it won't be captured, it will get lost, and then we will be guessing as to the role Indigenous knowledge is playing.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very profound.
And I guess it goes back to the IPCC discussions this morning. Like they mentioned two things. One was quality indicators such as level of representation, quality of interaction. They were mentioning all of these things for, it triggers thinking around how do we meaningfully do that. If we really include this, we don't just include it for the sake of having it there. We should be able to have mechanisms in place to report on them. And then Alvin quite naturally put down systems that UNEP has been using that is quite working. So how do we draw on those learnings as well? I think that's a bigger question for us in the room.
Thank you for raising those. Thank you, Luke, for that input. And just to mention, thank you, Chair. Our panelists from the first panelist, please feel free to respond to any of the questions that may arise if you have a response, even to the one that Jenny raised. So I invite us all to please contribute. Our colleague from Ecuador.
Yeah, just to quick respond a bit on what they have been said. Yeah, definitely we would seek to have a baseline, at least on the information available on NAPs or the national communications on indigenous practices, knowledges, as with the differentiation that we may cite. But this baseline is required, maybe through the adaptation committee or through other bodies under the convention. In terms of the appropriation, I think that is a difficult one. However, I think one way that we can work is through the basis of the indigenous peoples platform that is working as well under the convention in order for these platforms to work together on collecting or producing the baseline or something that would would make it possible without the appropriation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I will take the last two questions. So we have a question from Lesotho, France. Well, I'm not calling on states. France from Lesotho, and Albert from the Democratic Republic of the Congo online. Oh, and finally, our colleague at the back. Please introduce yourself. So that would be the last set of questions, and then we'll call for responses. I already see a hand from Edna, one of our panelists, who will respond depending on what will be. France, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I also, since I'm speaking for the first time, want to thank the government of the Maldives for welcoming us in this beautiful island. You know, Lesotho is surrounded, so I'm used to waking up surrounded. But it's amazing this time because I'm surrounded by water, not South Africa. Yeah, so my name is Mukwena France from Lesotho, and I always say I'm not from France. I want to say it is very important that we incorporate indigenous knowledge into the solutions, adaptation solutions that we are trying to look for. You know, in Lesotho, we have this knowledge that we can stop the hailstorm. So, you know, normally we have these boys who go for initiation schools when they come out. So during the graduations, if there is a hailstorm coming towards wherever they are doing the celebration, they can stop the hailstorm. So I have been thinking if we can apply this knowledge, and so we cannot have a hailstorm that can destroy our plants, our crops, our properties. So I know a lot of time we are trying to think about how we can incorporate or integrate the indigenous knowledge into science or the solutions. But I want to turn things around and say, are the indigenous people ready to share their knowledge? Because I know some of this knowledge is secret. Even it's not the entire community that knows how to come up with the solution. It's few people who know. And sometimes over time that knowledge dies as those people die because it's not transferred to the younger generations and so on and so forth. So the second question is, as presented before, that some of this knowledge is spiritual So there have been some rituals that you do for you to get the solution. So can that apply for those who don't believe in that or those beliefs? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Franz. Appreciate it. Albert, I'll ask you. Albert is joining us virtually. Please proceed with your question. Just to let you know, we have exactly 11 minutes till we close the session. So please make your interventions short so we can have the opportunity to close the meeting. Albert?
Oui. Bonjour à tout le monde. Je vous suis en ligne. J'aimerais m'exprimer en français pour aussi parler de cette question pour la transformation au niveau de l'adaptation. Alors, j'aimerais d'abord poser des bases parce que dans le peuple autochtone, par exemple chez nous ici en République démocratique du Congo, pour la conservation par exemple des forêts, il y a déjà des pratiques indigènes qui nous permettent de le faire sans problème. Maintenant, ce que moi j'aimerais dans ce paradigme, comme on veut changer de mentalité et les visions, c'est par rapport à l'adaptation au changement climatique qui nous frappe nous tous. Mais ce que j'aimerais, c'est d'abord que ça se fasse d'une manière endogène. Évaluer ce qui se passe d'abord sur le terrain, ce que les indigènes sont en train de faire, et s'il y a à améliorer, améliorer à partir de ce qu'ils savent faire. Voilà un peu ma contribution. Et puis, j'aimerais aussi poser une question. À partir de ce thème de changer les mentalités et les visions du monde vers la transformation dans l'adaptation, où est la place du développement endogène pour favoriser aussi des pratiques indigènes qui nous sauvent parfois dans d'autres circonstances, dans la protection de la biodiversité. Voilà un peu ma préoccupation et aussi ma contribution. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Finally, there was a hand at the back. Yes, we'll take our last question.
Hello, everyone. It's Ahmed Haj from Tunisia. Thank everyone visiting us here in this tree. First time here in Maldives. I'm covering a lot, so I'll be brief. I've seen the videos, I've heard the panelists, the indigenous people here with us today, and I was amazed by their knowledge. I was amazed by their practices. And Luke, you showed us the video how people are fighting against fires, and you've said that you've met other people in Botswana who had like the same technique. There is like this knowledge shared between indigenous people themselves, but not with with us. So my question here: how can technology be used to amplify and complement the knowledge of indigenous communities in adapting to climate change while respecting their values and their relationship with nature? Also, I want to hear from you. Do you have like any examples of how technology was linked to the expertise of the indigenous people? Thank you.
Thank you very much. One of our panelists, Edna, has a response to the questions that were asked. We had a question from France, and I think it was similar to Albert's, if my French is still speaking to me well. So please respond to those two questions, and then we will have to head towards the closing. Do any of our current panelists want to respond? Or can Edna?
Yeah, thank you, moderator. In terms of what is our expectations, I mean, that's a huge question, a difficult one to answer. But I think in terms of when we share our experiences and also these practices and the values, it's really to share, for us here to have a common understanding what these values are and what it means really for transformational adaptation at the level that we work it at the local level, and also really to showcase also the recognition of these traditional practices and the impact it can have really in transforming change at different levels. And important aspect is the value of these locally led adaptation initiatives and how it can be supported not only at policy but really in really shifting power in terms of really having that access to decision making, and also how it can be integrated in really the adaptation planning at different levels, because we have examples where there's some level of support really and parties and also, and my fellow Indigenous people are able to share the best practices and how really it's being integrated in Australia in the fire management. But this is happening really at a smaller scale, and a lot of our places do not acknowledge that, and in our countries especially. The practice we do in terms of how we manage our drylands. Countries are pushing for sedentarization in some places, So policy makers understanding of the importance of this value and what it mean really to really lead for the GGA to be locally led, what it means is important. And also the importance of right-based partnerships in advancing this, and also shifting as well the resources to this local level to be able to advance such changes. And I think the other question was on issues, Indigenous people ready to share their tiki. I mean, when they're already doing some collaboration, they are ready to share, but also we acknowledge there are those that are sacred. I personally, in my community, there are those that are sacred I cannot access to, but I'm able to participate in it. And we acknowledge that, but communities are already doing intergenerational transformation. I am affiliated as well with a global Indigenous-led fund that is supporting a lot of communities globally to advance revitalization of traditional knowledge, whether on food systems, in land management, management of water ecosystems, and there's really a lot of work documenting and the protection it does. And even with the knowledge platform, we have el-Sheikh. There's a lot of ethics around discussion around protection of this knowledge and what can be shared and not, but it doesn't mean that if it's not shared, it's not relevant for the community. It is, but it's not supposed to be for the outside community. But a lot of knowledge for the climate resilience, a lot has been shared out there. But then it's time for that special recognition beyond just paper and in reality in terms of decision making and the resources as well, support to scale them.
Thank you very, very much. Interesting discussions. I'd like for us to go on, but we have come to the end of our session. And just to thank our panelists, can we please give them a round of applause? Both the first and second panelists, thank you for the useful information shared. And I think bottom line is let's continue to speak to each other. The consultations with IPs as we go on with the GGA will be very important so we can understand how we can formalize and institutionalize the knowledge. So thank you all for staying present and participating. We are coming to the end of this, and we will have an invocation to close. And for this invocation, we are requested to stand up. So I'll humbly request that we all be on our feet as we have the closing invocation from Jenny. And just to invite us all, please, to get on the el-Sheikh website and just go there for any more knowledge and information that we may need. Jenny?
Kia ora no tātou. As you may well realise, Indigenous languages are oral languages, and we don't just sit at a desk and tap on our computers. When we're learning something, it's embodied. So in that spirit, I'm going to ask you to join me in a waiata, which is a very common waiata you'll hear at any ceremony, really, many ceremonies in Aotearoa. And it's a very simple waiata, and its meaning is that love, which is actually not in the sense of romantic love, but in the sense of the reciprocal obligation that you have to kin. That was this meaning of this word. Aroha, which is like aloha, and it's quite a common word in Polynesian languages. Yes, and so it's not that aroha is a contemporary thing. It is something that is handed down from ancestors. So I'm going to ask you to join me in singing it, and we'll do it as an echo. So I'll sing a line and you repeat, and you're just going to learn with your ears, okay? No words, learning with your body. Okay. Ehara, ehara, Itemea, itemea, no nayane, no nine. Te aroha, roha no nga.
Thank you, thank you.
Tupuna, itukuiho. Itukuiho. Okay, now we're going to sing it all together. Okay? Kata katoa. E hara I te mea no naene, te aroha no na, tupuna I tuku iho, tuku iho. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you all so much for your amazing attention and beautiful singing voices. So this session is officially closed. Thank you very much.